50,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you ready for the biggest 80s event of 2026? Howard Jones presents Things Can Only Get Better Tour with additional full sets by Wang Chung, English Beat, Modern English, and hosted by Richard Blade. Friday, August 14th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger, things can only get better.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
The fireworks aren't just in the sky. They're on our lot this July. At Tri-County Toyota, get explosive savings like a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR financing. Don't wait for the finale. These deals go boom and then they're gone. Visit us at 15 D&L Drive or online at TriCountyToyota.com. 3 counties, 1 priority. You with approved credit. Final price includes a $4.90 doc fee. Expires August 3rd, 2026.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-642-3615. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-642-3615 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-642-3615 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-642-3615.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Just a smidge on a hot Thursday afternoon, hot, steamy, kind of Texas weather. But I know we talked about her earlier, and I think Dan and your wife Maisie are probably fans.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We talked earlier about Ella. She's really, if she keeps on going with her top of the charts, this is Choosing Texas. And real momentum on the Billboard Hot 100. Ella Langley.
Wait, you're telling me she's still on the list?
She's still there.
Even though she's performing at events that are friendly to conservatives and the internet wants to cancel her every time her name comes up in the news, you're telling me she's still number 1 on the Billboard charts? Oh, wow. That might have some commentary on the state of pop culture, Dawn. The loud commentators on the interwebs, they're going to be angry about Ella Langley, but meanwhile, she's still floating at number 1. So
good luck with that.
Yeah, you know what? Shut up. All the criticism, shut up. You don't like her because of her politics. Well, she makes damn good music, and she's still atop the charts. And you know what? Your wokeness, your cancel culture just doesn't work anymore.
Shame. So here's the thing that I love about it is that, and by the way, she will join, and this is huge. I mean, she's going to join Whitney Houston and Mariah Carey as the only women to have a song spend 14 weeks on top of the charts. Choosing Texas. And she's pretty, too. I just saw, again...
Oh, she interacts with Morgan Wallen, though.
People were putting up posts. Why would you listen to Ella Langley? She likes Charlie Kirk.
Oh, man.
She follows. Yeah. Ooh. Turning Point USA.
One of the headlines from our pop culture on Reddit. Country singer Ella Langley is facing MAGA accusations from fans and critics based after a TikTok deep dive. They went through and looked at the posts that she liked and such, and she definitely has a conservative slant to what she appreciates.
Definitely does.
Gotta cancel her.
It's a sin.
It's sarcasm, by the way.
I know. No, he's
protecting it.
Yeah. I hope you know that. We'll go through the other quick headlines of what's going on nationally, locally. But coming up, you want to hear this because it affects you. Everything medical, locally. What about the explosive diarrhea parasite? Oh, gosh. We got it all for you.
Poop Patrol.
Thanks for being here. 855-839-1210. Dawn Show continues right after this.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Finding your next home starts with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The Second World War is the largest event in human history.
A 20-part series with Tom Hanks.
No part of the globe was untouched. No life unchanged.
Experience the ultimate account of World War II.
Every single person had a story. These are the stories that make us who we are.
Listen to World War II with Tom Hanks on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are live, we are local, and we have a lot of news today. A couple of the different stories. Well, first of all, we've been talking about the spread of this explosive diarrhea parasite.
Food Patrol?
Yeah, been talking about. That's pretty scary. And then also in the headlines, I do want to get a clarification with Dr. McConkey, who's in the house once again, so we appreciate him. But, because here's the thing. A lot of people are talking about Pete Hegseth and testosterone and thinking this is like 1980s Top Gun, Tom Cruise, that somehow the Warsec wants, manlier men or something like that. But this is a real medical situation where if you have high stress situations, physically, emotionally, all of that, it lowers your testosterone, especially in males older than 30 years old. And so it's a legit thing to say we're going to test people because guess what? It's good for your body to have the proper levels, right? And if you have a car, what do? You go and you check the oil. This is like checking the oil. Okay, that's my horrible man analogy. But Dr. McConkey, help me out here. Help me out. Good.
No, thank you very much.
So with that,
go ahead.
Just want to ask you about that with the testosterone levels in men and women too, by the way. But it's all about maintaining that balance, right? For your health and mental health with depression.
I saw as a military flight surgeon, I was a commander at Andrews Air Force Base, just finished my command tour. These types of medical conditions can be disqualifying for service. And so what a lot of members had been doing is just going out in the civilian healthcare system and lying about it and getting testosterone. So this actually gives them an avenue to get that treatment that they really did need within the military healthcare system. They're doing it as a screening, just like they do for cardiovascular things. Like we screen for heart disease. We check your HDL and your cholesterol levels and your triglycerides because those have significant health effects. So they really tried to spin this and tried to turn it into, I'm not sure how you spin that. It's just literally a health screening that's going to help members. It may prolong a lot of careers, and it lets them get that treatment within the military healthcare system now.
Yeah, I think they can't help themselves. It's maybe this attitude of, he wants toxic males to be even more toxic male or something. I don't even know, but you look at the headlines and that's what you see. And people may joke about it, but thank you for, clarifying that because it's important to test people. And it's, what is it? Your bone for women? Is it bones? For men too? It's your bones.
So
your
women,
organs?
Yeah. So when you have those low testosterone levels, it affects muscle mass, sleep, your ability to deal with stress. When it's low, you see higher rates of depression and some mental health issues as well. And then there's a lot of, on the female side of things, like polycystic ovarian syndrome and things like that, that screening for that would help make those diagnoses. So, it's for men and women.
And so one of the other big stories, obviously sweeping the country, thousands of these cases. Every day I look at the numbers and we're looking at thousands of these cases of this explosive diarrhea situation. At first, people, I think maybe were giggling about it because we do hear this time of year, people, stopping at your little farm stand. Now it's getting concerning.
Yeah, you got to put it into terms that people really understand. When they say explosive diarrhea, it means explosive. You cannot hold it. You're going to soil yourself. You can't be very far away from a bathroom at all. And it could last for weeks with lots of weight loss and dehydration. It is.
Did I lose him?
Yeah. Had you just lost your audio there for a little bit.
Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hey. So what was the question?
Oh, so we were just talking about as far as what people should do Is washing the fruit and vegetables, is that even enough?
Boy, it's not enough. Now, if you must have your lettuce, you've got to have a salad. You need to buy the entire head of lettuce. The bag salads, no good. You're gonna have to buy the whole head. You have to just strip away those 3 outer layers and then wash it really well. But like berries, anything with rough surfaces, green leafy vegetables it's pretty dangerous right now.
And so for that, should people, as a physician, would you say people should avoid just buying lettuce for now until they figure out exactly what's going on?
Yeah, pretty much. Like for myself, I love those green leafy vegetables. We eat a lot of salads. And for me, we've just sauteing spinach, cooking your broccoli, just baking it in the oven. Everything has to reach a temperature of 158 degrees.
All right. So that's incredible. Other headlines as we think about throughout the day to day and looking what's happening with mental health with kids, summertime, getting out, thinking about summer camps and going to camps. As a dad, you're a husband, you're a dad, you've got 3 young kids. Do you have warnings about people screening the camps? And I thought of this the other day because my sons who are, David, who's a teenager who we talked about in North Carolina, and he said, remember that Chick-fil-A camp? They wanted to just give us Chick-fil-A. Wasn't very good, but do you ever talk about that as far as how to screen the summer camps? Which ones a physician would say, this is great for kids, get them outdoors, get some exercise, get some sunshine?
Well, on a whole, just get your kid outdoors, whatever it takes, whatever organization. But I know there's a big Boy Scout jamboree in West Virginia where thousands of scouts from across the country, descend into West Virginia. Sometimes the president even drops in for a visit. In my role as an emergency management liaison, we actually staff some of that because it's such a large event with, potential presidential presence. But getting your kids outdoors, camping, fishing, just seeing the wildlife, so much better for your kids. As far as screening on that, you got to trust the organizations. If you don't know much about the organization, just do your due diligence, talk with friends and neighbors, and just look up a lot of reports on the internet as well. I'm sure there's some type of app out there that lets you screen that. But just get your kids outside, get them active.
And I think we talked about this last time, but your book, The Heart of a Leader. And so it's the first book in the Be the Weight Little Lessons for Big Leaders series. Really inspiring children to grow, to inspire them with courage and leadership abilities. So you're talking about a Boy Scout camp, just for example, and you think about kids who are, maybe they're away from home for the very first time. So can you speak about that a little bit, about, how to talk to your children and I guess listen to your kids, but how to inspire them to just be that leader?
So, the first things is just spending that time with them. Just letting them know that they matter. If you start little things, sit down and have dinner at night together, like at the dinner table. I know it's almost unheard of in some families because it's so busy, or they're watching TV, or they're off to this sporting event or that. Just sit down and have that organized family meal. And for us and my 3 children, I asked them, hey, what went well today? What didn't go well today? And could you have made some different choices there that might have changed the outcome of the day? It allows them to build confidence because they know that they matter, that you take that time, and they can go out there and explore the world, make a few mistakes, do it safely, some supervision. But that's how kids learn and grow. And the lawnmower parenting out there that really mows down every obstacle in their kid's path and don't let them make mistakes. That's really, we call them snowflakes in the military, the kids that just don't deal with adversity and have no resiliency skills. So you don't want your kids to grow up like that. So you got to let them get out there and explore things.
Yeah, it's so important. And you, as somebody, you're not just a doctor, you're also a colonel. Obviously, you talked about your military experience, but Dr. Josh McConkey, I just wanted to ask you as well about what's going on right now, all these wildfires. So sweeping, the smoke now sweeping, they do create beautiful sunsets if you can see it. I'm reporting from the Philadelphia area. It's so hazy here right now. And they're talking about, the air quality is quite concerning. I just wanted your comments about that with the summertime, the heat, and your advice to people, especially, I don't know, my son David, who I talk about, he does have asthma, but just in general, your advice.
So for people that have asthma issues, for people that have COPD or other health-related issues, there's lots of respiratory disorders that this time of year always gets difficult. It's the fire season. Yeah. I get a daily briefing on all of the fires around the country. We track that in emergency management as well. You can track that online. Most of the weather services have apps that you can look at the weather quality. And I don't remember the exact ratings that they'll use, but certainly there's some ratings where they just recommend that you stay indoors in more air-conditioned areas. When you have that type of air quality, couple that with really high heat, that's really high stress. And if you have those health conditions, you probably should just stay inside.
Yeah, that was my concern yesterday, because my sons were doing this bike-a-thon upcoming, and they said, no, we got to get out there. So they did go out. I ended up not going out because I had something else going on. But, that's just it. As a parent, or even just, for yourself, I just think I always have this debate post, pandemic, because we were shutting everybody down and all this advice, stay indoors. And that's why I was asking you about it, because I think a lot of parents feel like, you know what, I don't want to keep my kids indoors anymore. I want to let them go outside. And I think, we go through that.
We saw that negative impact on development, that negative impact on mental health. It's fueled a huge mental health crisis. As an emergency doctor, I see it every day in the ER. I see these young kids, and I call it the COVID generation, that last half of Gen Z that was shut out of schools and churches in those communities. And they really struggle, like lots of anxiety, depression, and I've seen a few suicides, and it rips your heart out every time.
You have created, you're not just, what else can you do? You're a colonel, you're a doctor, you're Pulitzer Prize nominated, award-winning, best-selling author, board-certified emergency medicine physician. I could go on and on because you've done so many things. I think you're definitely one of those people who's, I think you're somebody who I just admire and love the fact that you obviously are somebody who you wake up and think, you know what, I'm going to try something new today. When you talk about looking at this nonprofit and service, now for you, military service, but you're the founder of Weight Behind the Spear Foundation, which is a nonprofit. How important is it to get your whole family, your community, whatever that looks like, and no matter who you are? So maybe somebody right now, they're an empty nester and kind of feeling the pangs of that. Get involved. Talk about family service, nonprofit service, what that means to you, and especially because you're the founder of Weight Behind the Spear Foundation.
Well, thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thanks for the comments as well. I'm naturally caffeinated. I wake up and I'm just ready to go. Like my wife is Cuban, and they drink a ton of coffee, and I don't drink coffee because I'm literally naturally caffeinated. But
Cafe con leche, the best.
Yeah. So I just tell people that what you do matters. And the best resource that we have in this country is people. That's what sets America apart. It's teachers, coaches, volunteers, and families, mentoring. Get out there and volunteer. Go coach some of the Little League or soccer, or get involved in your church. Or if you don't like people, like I know a lot of people, they're just like, oh my gosh, I don't want to work with kids or people. Go to some animal shelters. And those animals can be emotional support animals for someone. So every organization is in dire need of your help and services, and everyone has something to give. Everyone's got different gifts. So just get out there and be the weight behind something or someone that matters. That's what America's about.
Dr. Colonel Josh McConkey, thank you so much for giving us your time and all of your free advice. Man, I'm losing my voice. I swear it's this comes in. I know Dan and I talk about this, but I swear it comes in through the intake sometimes, and especially because we have all these air pollution alerts. I don't know if that's a real thing, but I just started losing my voice.
Can I ask the doc a quick question,
a personal
question?
Sure.
Because I've been dealing with some stomach issues over the past couple of weeks. And I've just been kind of chalking it up to maybe I'm eating bad. There's a situation where, every couple of weeks I have a number 2 situation to get a little, descriptive.
Is it explosive diarrhea?
Yes, I have had, and I wonder, sir, is there a presentation of a symptom that I can look out for that's different than a normal type of food poisoning, or how do I tell the difference between this and just say like I got salmonella or something?
Yeah, well, salmonella is pretty dangerous as well. So generally, if you've got diarrhea symptoms that are lasting more than a week, or if you have intense explosive diarrhea with fevers and pain and like muscle and body aches, extreme fatigue, so the cyclospora outbreak, like you will know it. There will be no question. You will be completely debilitated. Salmonella, Shigella, they have some more less severe symptoms than that, but you always see blood. So generally it's bloody diarrhea. So if you don't have fevers, intense pain, or bloody stools, you're probably okay. But if there's a question, go to an urgent care or ER.
And just one more, I'm sorry to interrupt there, Dawn, but
No.
I've heard, I don't know if this is true or not, can you confirm that the symptoms, that they'll stay with you for a long time? They almost come in waves where you'll have it 1 week, it'll go away, and then it'll come back. What's the story there?
Well,
Parasites.
some people may have some of those waxing and waning symptoms. Most people are going to have, it will be debilitating for weeks. The last individual, so I actually had a patient reach out to me from last year because there are some cycles with this. This is the worst outbreak ever in history, but last year there was a patient that the symptoms lasted 6 weeks. I mean, and as they lost 15 pounds and they were miserable. So you do not want this.
So with that, is it because they did not seek treatment? Because even if you go on Amazon, they have all of these things for parasites. And I don't know, one parasite versus the other, but this one, can you do over the counter, or do you just need to get to your doctor?
Well,
urgent
it
care?
actually requires antibiotics. So it is a parasite. It's a protozoal parasite. If people are familiar with Giardia, the beaver fever. If you get out and you're drinking lake water or from a stream or from an infected well, you can get Giardia. A lot of people are familiar with that. It's a similar kind of family of parasites, but completely separate and even nastier. So there's antibiotic therapy, but yeah, you have to have a positive culture to treat that.
You know what? I just want to ask you this really quick because I know that they're saying it's from food, maybe, food like lettuce or something like that, produce. But what about the fact that we did have all that rain and then we have the sewage overflow into our lakes, our rivers, our creeks, and even the ocean for us, it's the Jersey Shore. It's the Atlantic for, North Carolina.
Yeah,
But
those are very important things to point out. And, it's the water becomes infected somehow. So it would make sense that possibly like some sewer spillage, those types of things, because traditional things to treat these types of like bacteria and parasites, like your normal home cleaners, is like the little Lysol wipe, not going to get it. A lot of times it's more hospital strength, like cleaners. Actually, I should look that up for sure. I don't know if I can't even confirm if Lysol will kill cyclospora because most household cleaners do not, and I do know that. So I should look up the Lysol one before I say anything, I guess. But it's very, very difficult to treat, and it tends to live in the tropics. And then during big outbreaks, somebody carried it home, didn't wash their hands and made a salad. It's kind of nasty when you think about it.
I did confirm that, Doc. Lysol does not work for this.
Oh,
yeah. You're right. You're right.
So it's probably some industrial strength cleaner.
Yeah, like the hospital-based, like when I use my Cava wipes and stuff for my computer and my workstation every day in the ER, because as you can imagine, we get exposed to like everything. Like I haven't personally seen Ebola, but about everything other than that. So the hospital strength stuff, like you have to put gloves on to use it because I think it causes cancer or something.
So if Lysol doesn't work, vinegar doesn't work, it says plain water doesn't work, does rinsing the vegetables actually do anything?
Well, it's kind of like physically separating it before you put it in your mouth, like washing it off. It's not going to kill it, but it's going to wash it off. Gotcha. That's why those green leafy vegetables with all those little surfaces, it's really, really difficult. So, pretty much peel it and cook it right now.
I'm trying to look at this right now as far as soap and water. It's tough. I don't see what's going to, other than, like you said, cooking something to kill the cyclospora or, these parasites. I'll have to really do a deep dive on this. There's some industrial, but the regular cleaners that you would use and even hand sanitizer, they're saying that does not work. Even hand sanitizer.
And what's even scarier is it can take up to 2 weeks before you develop the symptoms. So if you're trying to track this or, just like when you were your COVID tracing, remember all that ridiculousness, but you're trying to trace where it came from. I don't remember what I ate 2 weeks ago. I have no idea. I don't even remember what I ate yesterday. So it's very difficult, and that's why this is so tricky. Eventually, they'll get it pinned down, I'm sure, and then they can get some better information out to people. But for right now, you better just peel it and cook it to at least 158 degrees.
I got a weird question.
gonna be a
Very far.
conspiracy.
Yeah, you know it is, Dawn. You know it is because on the conspiracy websites, forums, Reddit, and all, and Doc, I think you're the best when it comes to answering any kind of question medically. That's why we have you on. A lot of conversation of, is this being used as some sort of bioterrorism? Is this some kind of attack on the United States? Can a parasite like this be used in that sense? And can you, I mean, I guess deny the validity of any kind of claims that this is a bioterrorist attack?
Yeah, no, nothing to support that at all. Again, I get all the emergency management stuff. Have a security clearance. I have heard nothing that would suggest that, and I think that's very difficult to weaponize. So when you try to weaponize things, generally things with spores like anthrax, which is what makes a very good bioweapon, something like this, I haven't seen any research at all, but I don't know how that would survive weaponization. Usually there's generally some heat generated. Anthrax and things like that are very, very heat stable. They're hard to kill with heat as well, which makes them very good bioweapons, but I don't think cyclospora would be a good one.
Dr. Josh McConkey, thank you so much. Dr. and Colonel Josh McConkey, we so appreciate you. Stay well. Thanks for bearing with my voice here as I struggle with it. Thank you. Take care.
Always a pleasure. Thank you.
Dawn Show continues right after this.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty. Tested, shaped, and lived.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money, and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Are you tired of climbing over that dirty old slippery tub? Your bathtub should be beautiful, functional, and safe. PJ Fitzpatrick is pleased to offer the Jacuzzi Shower System, installed in just one day, featuring low entry thresholds and designer walls and fixtures. You'll step right into luxury. Plus, PJ is offering a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident, but if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutoRepair.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. At Cozy, we design every piece ourselves, right here, family-owned, and with the quality you deserve. People always ask me, Paul, does custom cost more? And I always say no. What costs more is settling for something that won't last. When you work with me directly, you get a piece you'll treasure for generations. Come step up to the 5th C at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Whew, 85 degrees, heat advisories all over the place, unhealthy air to breathe. Man, we got a lot going on today. A lot of Trump news. We got flash flood emergencies in Texas, and that's a year after the Camp Mystic disaster. So they're watching all the camps there. In the YouTube chat, focusing on you guys. Thank you so much on the YouTube chat. Yeah, for all your great comments. Betty's saying, stay away from the salad, eat a donut. What are you saying, Sarah? Sarah Weiss, who makes the greatest treats.
Betty, that's my mantra that I live by.
Yes. By the way, Sarah, Road Warrior, Road Warrior's so funny. You're going right with Dan's conspiracy theories. But Sarah Weiss, you know how hot it is out and everything melts in the car? So Sarah, when I took my sons and we went to, it was for Trump's birthday weekend. So that's how long ago it was. And Sarah gave us made homemade treats and s'mores with MAGA written on it. It was awesome. Thank you, Sarah Weiss.
Delicious.
Well, here's the thing. So let's just say one of those little care packages you found in the back of your car, like underneath the seat.
Mm-hmm.
Would you throw it away a month later? More than a month later?
Yes.
So I was going to throw it away. Uh-huh. And Michael goes, don't you dare.
No.
Sarah's
Is he really going to?
S'mores.
No.
Yes.
I hear their s'mores are actually fully melted at that point into s'mores.
Probably.
You don't even have to do the,
He was just she had 2 goodies in there, like a big
No, it's
cookie.
we have a wall down at WIP, the Tasty Cake wall, and Maisie loves the candy cakes, the peanut butter candy cakes. So I'll grab one on my way, and even with air conditioning in my car, by the time I get home 25 minutes later, that thing is a melted mess inside the package. So I can't imagine.
But delicious.
No, she still eats it. She thinks it's so delicious. There's chocolate sticking to the wrapper. So I guess it's just some people preference. Michael likes melted, gross chocolate. So have at it, kid.
Yeah. But Michael was he took that, just so you know, wasn't going to waste it. Don't you dare throw it away. So donuts for all with bacon.
Did you throw it away?
Ooh. No, I didn't throw it. He took it. He's 6'3".
Have you not had donuts with bacon?
I've never had a donut with bacon.
It's a good because you get the sweet of the donut and you get the savory of the bacon. Sometimes you have caramelized or candied bacon on top of the donut. Oh, that's real good.
And Road Warrior was right. He says, "Why is it funny?" I mean, it's funny in the sense of the whole. Of course, you went down that rabbit hole.
Funny how? Funny who?
Bryson, I know.
No, because what Road Warrior said in the chat is he's been through military training. Yes. He said after 9/11, they were essentially taught how to culture, anthrax, ricin, other things. And
aerosolization
and weaponizing. And my question was, like, what the heck do soldiers need to know how to weaponize this stuff for? Can't they combat it without knowing how to do it? And that's kind of where the conversation has gone.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
Get your blood sugar. Even everybody's saying get your blood sugar checked, mister. All right? Would you do it? Yeah, go ahead.
Going tomorrow to the doctor. I mean.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
He's going to the doctor tomorrow.
I'm due for another blood test, so I'll make sure to have them check that one out.
He's not pregnant.
You sure about that?
So I wanted to get to a little bit. Do I have time for yes? So we do have Michael Busler coming up. We'll talk about the economy. President Trump did announce the release of an American woman held in Iran since 2024. So he calls it a gesture of goodwill. But then went right back to, you see it CENTCOM all over the place, ramping up the pressure on Iran and expanding the strikes into northern Iran and then disabling at least one ship that I see trying to run a blockade. So that is continuing, unfortunately, in Iran. But they did release this American woman being held since 2024. You never see these stories. I think we report on them and update them, people being held hostage all these years. And remember the Melania movie, for example? We still have to have a Melania movie party because I would see it again. I think I saw it twice. In the theater. I'd see it again.
You love that movie.
Because it is the best and we should see it in the city. Like a Union League, I was thinking this, Union League of Philadelphia, right?
Yeah.
Drove by there, gave, thank you Linda Kearns, gave Linda Kearns a ride home with sometimes I do, and then kind of weaving back through the city and passed by the Union League, the League.
Yeah.
It's just such a beautiful historic building, but.
Scottish Rite Auditorium.
I know.
Do more at the Scottish Rite. Come on.
I know. What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Union League.
No.
Union League. But I think that
Collingswood's close to
for the Union League, I think we should do a Melania event. It'd be lovely.
That'd be wonderful. Roll out a red carpet, have step and repeats.
Well, that'd be fun. Red carpet.
Yeah. Maybe we can entice.
Would you stroll down the red carpet for us?
Me?
Uh-huh.
In a heartbeat.
Be fun.
Yeah.
Be awesome.
There's a new Project Runway out on Netflix?
Nope.
The new season. Sorry.
It scares me that he knows that. But something tells me that's a Maisie thing.
Actually, it was, hey,
that's a little...
Dave, did you see there's a new Project Runway? We got to watch it. Coming from me to her.
Yay. So what do you think about, so LeBron James is scheduled to speak today as the NBA waits to hear his plans. Is LeBron going to try to sort of upend Trump's primetime speech? What time is LeBron going to speak?
That's a good question. Let me find that out.
Good luck, dude. But Trump is doing this primetime speech in any event. If he became a Sixer, that would be crazy.
1:15 today.
Oh, okay. So it is during the Dom Show. Haha. So we got that going on. So with President Trump, what do you think? And I'd love to hear 855-839-1210. What do you think President Trump is going to focus on? For me, now here's ABC News. Here we go. President Trump sets to deliver this primetime address. Blah, 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 and then Trump has long pushed debunk conspiracy theories, yada, 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 2020 election. That's what they're focusing on. I think he's clearly, to me, as a, Trumpaholic, it's really obvious. He wants to talk about the Save America Act, right? That's what, and the economy. Two things. That's what he'll focus on. But he wants to get this Save America Act, and he knows he can affect the headlines and the narrative. And they have to take him because he's POTUS, and they will, and then it becomes the headline. And he knows that more than 80% of all people, doesn't matter, Republican, Democrat, whatever, everybody agrees it's a no-brainer. There it is. So, smart. That's what I think. I hope he doesn't go down the rabbit hole of the past, but rather just talk about why we should just have this. You have to show your license and your ID for everything. So isn't it the right thing to do? And what's the problem then? Boom. There it is. That's what I think. 855-839-1210. That's the number to call. But will he talk about Iran, China, Russia, interference? I don't know. I think that he needs to stick to the prompter. That's just it.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. President.
I'm thinking since it's pre-planned, it's definitely the SAVE Act. It's not.
But he's not saying. He just he keeps saying, it'll be big. Believe me, it'll be big. One of my favorite, I have to give credit to, I'll go back to my 6 o'clock newscast. I will give credit to District Attorney Larry Krasner. I know maybe some of you are cringing right now.
Oh, come on.
But he did have he did this little video, and I forgot to send it to you. I don't know if you probably have it somewhere on your, my gosh, how long is the cut sheet? See, Dan has to be one of the fill-ins for Greg Stocker, who has at least 4 jobs that we can count. And so Dan does the big cut sheet. And so it's like, I mean, I don't even print it because I think it would use up all the paper. The thing's like 20 pages. It's like War and Peace, for crying out loud.
Yeah, I think it's like 61 cuts.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. But, in thinking about this Krasner, he did have I will give him the credit, he had a great line when he talked about it. He said that, in fact, Jim Jordan has a he called it a nasty gram.
Where is Jim Jordan? Where is Jim Jordan? He sent me a nastygram saying that they had to check on what's going on in Philadelphia because obviously somehow we're generating all this crime when crime's at a 65-year low.
Thank you, Mr.
And
President,
I said, give me
for
a public
shutting down the
hearing.
border.
Let us go. Jim Jordan, Republican chair of the House Judiciary Committee. Where's my public hearing? He would rather accuse from a distance and then do dirt in the dark than do anything in public.
Do dirt in the dark.
So I've asked now for a public hearing in writing. I've asked for a public hearing at press conferences. I've asked again. I bolded the words. I underlined them. Americans deserve to know the answer to these questions. And I can't find Jim Jordan. Where is he? I thought we had a public problem. Shouldn't we address it in public? Isn't that a good idea? Or are we all going to try to do this dirt in the dark and deny Americans the truth about what you
nasty
authoritarian buddies are actually
nasty
up to?
gram.
Have you ever heard of Where's Waldo?
Where's Nasty? Doing dirty in the Nasty gram just cracked. It just cracked. Him saying it cracked me. It did crack me up. But maybe I just need to laugh. I don't know.
The music, man. As someone that loves to add music to, create some kind of emotional pull.
For the record, that was not.
Yeah, no, that was completely ridiculous.
That was not your music.
No, it wasn't. And that was terribly produced and makes me cringe that someone's getting city money to put something together like that.
So what would you do if they called you and said, Dan Borowski, you're such a good producer and you're doing all these jobs and you never get time with your baby? What if they offered you I don't know, the city jobs? Mm-hmm. It'd probably be like $100K for a part-time gig.
This is crap production.
So would you be conflicted then if?
Yeah, I'd probably take it and then put subliminal messaging in it, like Larry Krasner sucks. Yeah, like if you run it backwards, like the old Beatles albums through a record player, it says
the Walrus.
Yeah, Larry Krasner's the Walrus.
Not Waldo.
Number nine.
So apparently the House Judiciary. So it is a serious thing. Let us not forget, but it's the House Judiciary Committee, and not for nothing, but Representative Jim Jordan is the chairman of such committee. They officially wrote him a letter back on May the 4th. I don't know if that was intended to be funny or not, but may the 4th be with you. But accusing Krasner's office of giving preferential treatment of undocumented immigrants.
Saying that they had to check on what's going on in Philadelphia.
Sorry.
Yeah, check on it. Some dramatic movie, some dramatic music, but that they don't face, Jim Jordan alleges, immigration consequences for their criminality. And so they want information about the sanctuary policies. And so they're having a back and forth. So to be fair, because I always am, Mr. Krasner did reply because he couldn't help himself with the nastygram. You dirty, what is it? Dirty
dirt.
dirty dirt things in the dirt.
Yeah.
Dirt, you dirt
Sounds
ball.
more like
I was in Wisconsin recently. You dirt butts, what they call each other. Dirt ball. He didn't call him a dirt ball,
Let's
did
do
he?
this dirt in the dark.
Doing this dirt in the dirt, you dirt ball.
Yeah.
No, not that kind of dirt.
No, you're not doing that dirt in the dirt?
Not that kind of dirt.
No,
Not
okay.
like baby making. Nothing positive going
That's
on
kind of
there.
where I think he's going with this. This propositions.
But maybe. Well,
I'm going to try to do this dirt in the dark and deny Americans.
He's trying to do a lot of DA dirt in the dark alliterations. But in all seriousness, the numbers that I see that we know of are about, it's guesstimated, or it is estimated that approximately 78,000 individuals are in Philadelphia County who are here as non-citizens, illegals, as you say. Now, remember, one of the sanctuary policies that we have, just think about this, is that if you are, let's say, in a medical facility, okay, which no emergency or Hippocratic oath, so nobody's going to turn away anybody. I'm not talking about that. But let's say any medical service, or let's say somebody applies for a job or goes to, apply for any city service or Philadelphia County service. So the sanctuary policies would make it so that if you're working in the city, and let's say you say, well, geez, there's a long line here, and I happen to know that, let's say 10% or 20% of the people in the long line are non-citizens. You are, as an employee, let's say you really feel like, you should take care of the citizens, the actual residents, the actual taxpayers, and you want to serve them first. You would get in huge trouble. You'd probably lose your job. You'd probably get fired if you did such a thing. So we know some of the numbers, $78,000. I think even if they started exposing that, let's just say how many people were serviced, and just let people know. I'd love to walk into whatever said city service office and say, by the way, for those of you in line here, it would be moving quicker, but we have to serve, we're not allowed to serve the citizens first. You wouldn't even have to say the word illegals or anything like that. Just say, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to serve the citizens, the residents, the American-born Philadelphians. We're not allowed to serve you first. I would just love to flip that narrative a little bit. So he makes it more about doing dirty things in the dark and nasty grams. But the truth is, we the people, we should have transparency. As a city resident, I would love to know. I would love to know in the city of Philadelphia, what do I pay? How much are we paying for all these services? Clearly, I'm not talking about emergency health care, because I do believe in our beautiful, wonderful country. If somebody needs emergency health, whether you have insurance or you don't or whatever, of course, you're going to get the best care in the world. You are, and we're going to pay for it, by the way. Okay, that's a given. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about day to day. What do we pay? Larry Krasner doesn't want to talk about that. City leaders don't want to talk about that. Democrats don't want to talk about that. Pass the Save America Act. Just do it and do the right thing. Around the corner, we'll talk about all things economic. Yeah, there he is. There's his theme song. Money, money, money. Dr. Michael Busler, thanks for being here today. I really do appreciate you. Appreciate all your comments. All the love. By the way, we're not getting a lot of love on the YouTube chat, frankly. Yeah. I know it's hot, but give me some love.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please go like, subscribe, and click that bell for notifications.
Ring my bell. There's a feeling, and it is a great feeling, I would imagine, that comes along with driving a Mercedes-Benz, the Mercedes. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, arriving. Think about that. You're arriving. It's like, I have arrived in a Mercedes-Benz. You're arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home Celebration, discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and the GLE SUVs. Just visit your authorized dealer in Westchester, Wilmington, or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, the innovation, the performance that sets Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home Celebration happening right now, Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PIA, ZZA, PiazzaAutoGroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I am grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up. Something's always coming at you. That's why business owners turn to LendSeek for funding.
I don't need promises. I need options. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding choices. Now I can cover payroll, handle taxes, and go after growth opportunities without the daily stress.
Up to $5 million with funding in as fast as 24 hours. No upfront costs. No prepayment penalties. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
But since I took office, defense investments in Pennsylvania are up by nearly 25% compared to crooked Joe Biden. And today we're adding $10 billion, and I think the number is going to end up being about $19 or $20 billion. And we'll be building 2 massive national security multi-mission vessels at the beautiful and historic Philadelphia shipyard. I met all the guys doing this, worth up to $1.5 billion, and it's a purchase of lots of vessels. We're going to have a lot of vessels being made there. We're also thinking about doing some purchases outside of companies that come here and build, have to reteach us. You know, we used to make a ship a day, and now we're a laggard in that department. We do lots of great things, but we're a laggard there.
So President Trump speaking at the inaugural Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, 2-day event, great event that it started Tuesday, wrapping it up Wednesday, and the president taking part in that wonderful roundtable, discussion surrounded by all the executives. And we highlighted it, part of it a little bit yesterday, but JP Morgan Chase CEO, Jamie Dimon, Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and just President Trump saying, hey, Pennsylvania, you're really rocking it. Just very positive, applauding Pennsylvania-based companies that President Trump says are a big part of America's defense. By the way, it was at Carlisle U.S. Army War College. It was a great moment, I think, for Senator Dave McCormick, I will say, because he was a huge part of making this happen. But $10 billion investment in defense. And then you think about, I believe, at least 4,000 jobs. So very exciting news. Again, this morning I'm always disappointed when it's not a front and center story. I would think 4,000 jobs in Pennsylvania and the president, talking about the Navy Yard and all the tours that were happening. Pretty big story, pretty big boost for our economy. So I'm pumping it up because, the so-called mainstream media is not doing so. We want to pump up Dr. Michael Busler, Stockton University. You see him as a guru, an economist, all over national formats, I should say. Sorry, Dr. Busler. I am struggling with my voice today. I don't know if it's the heat, the smoke, or what. I hope you're not affected where you are in South Jersey, but how are you today?
I'm doing very well, Dawn. Thanks for having me. And the smoke is a little bit of a problem down here, too. The breathing is a little rough. I was riding my bike this morning on the boardwalk. It got a little rough. My eyes even started to itch a little bit.
Oh, no. Yeah, and it's so if that was early this morning, you look at as we heat up, that index gets worse. So it looks like around 2 o'clock is the worst of the air pollution portion of it. And it obviously coincides with the 95 degrees and the humidity and all that good stuff. So first, just your take on this, where they're creating events. It's the Pennsylvania Defense and Innovation Summit, these kinds of economic summits, and bringing together, top leadership in America with all of the different CEOs. What kind of boost is that for, a state, for the municipalities, and for the people? So I'm talking about two different things: physically, the jobs and all of that. But then on the other hand, just seeing that level of news, pumping money and billions and millions and also jobs into communities.
I think it's a wonderful thing. I don't know why the media hasn't put more about this. There's large amounts of investments going into the country in general, and as President Trump pointed out, into Pennsylvania. So it's not just the initial investment. You're going to build factories. It's going to create jobs. Economists would say spending like this has a large multiplying effect, because you build a factory, then you hire people, the people get paid, they spend the money. It tends to have more of a positive influence on the economy, and investments like this tend to multiply. President Trump, as he noted, he rebuilt the military in his first term, and in his second term, he's had to use it. Now, there's some fear that are we getting a little low on our stockpile of reserves? We've given a lot or sold a lot to NATO and Ukraine, and of course, we're using a lot in the Iran war. President Trump says he's built up inventories sufficiently. He is concerned about the future, so he wants to start making these kind of investments so we can rebuild in case we have to use some more of this military equipment. These are the kinds of investments you want to lure to really any kind of any state. When you build a factory, homes end up being built around it. You kind of build a community around a big factory. It's all very, very positive. I don't know why the media, other than they don't like Trump, I don't know why they're not portraying this as good of a thing as it is. So these kind of investments, and I spoke on the program before about how this 1 year expensing of investments will create an investment boom. So things like what we saw Trump do yesterday, things like this will continue. If we can ever get this Iran conflict resolved once and for all, as I said before, I think the economy is really set to take off: higher growth, low unemployment, and low inflation.
You mentioned low unemployment. So the numbers this morning, filings for unemployment benefits fell, they did fall again to the lowest level in 10 weeks. So U.S. layoffs historically low. Just looking at some of the our job numbers, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, when you look at the number of layoffs, which typically is a little over 200,000, I didn't see what the number was today, but the fact that it's going down, companies are laying off. I'm sorry?
208,000. Sorry to know.
So companies are laying off fewer people. That means their business is good. And hiring has been very strong. It wasn't quite as strong last month, but for the last 3 or 4 months, hiring has been very strong. The unemployment rate is edging down a little bit. And better news, the inflation rate is starting to come down. Recall the last number we saw was 4.2%. The Federal Reserve would have most likely raised interest rates if that persisted, but then it dropped down to 3.5%. That's a huge drop. The Federal Reserve meets in about 10 days, and they're going to decide what to do. Some people think since Warsh is a kind of a hawk on inflation and wants to get it down, he may raise interest rates. But I think with the CPI dropping, and then was it yesterday, the producer price index also had a very large drop. He may not raise interest rates. We'll just have to wait and see on that one.
Yeah. So with that one, are you still? So I think you had predicted, you had talked about by the end of the summer, and I don't know if we fully talked about. I know there's some news with Warsh, obviously Trump's pick and the new Fed chair. Thinking about him, and I know that he was speaking about AI and the influence of the impact of AI spending. I saw one headline about AI spending. It may lift prices without necessarily fueling lasting inflation. So that's his. I noticed he says things like lasting inflation. So he's saying this is temporary, but I just wanted to check in with you on that.
So what he's saying is if we start spending a whole lot of money in the economy, it increases demand. It does tend to be inflationary. However, as the AI is implemented, it increases worker productivity. And when you increase worker productivity, that tends to keep inflation down. So I believe what he says is we may see a little uptick, but in the longer term, inflation will tend to drift downward as a result of artificial intelligence.
And so when we think about what's going on right now, CENTCOM, more bombings in Iran, more action in Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, President Trump obviously saying, no, we're in control and the oil is getting through, et cetera. But how does that factor into everything we're seeing?
Not going to help. Oil prices will go up. I think they're over $80 a barrel now. Gasoline is again approaching up to $4 a gallon. So all this isn't going to help. But as I've said for months, you can't negotiate with these people. Even if you reach an agreement, they won't live up to it. I respect President Trump because he doesn't like to see a lot of people killed. So he said, before we go ahead and do devastating bombing, let's try everything we possibly can to work this out. He realizes Iran is who they are and they're very difficult to deal with. And even when you deal with them and you have an agreement, you end up having a problem. But he said, if I can show them that the only way for them to survive is to come up with a deal, I think I can save a lot of lives. Now, frankly, I don't agree with that. I think even if you came up with a deal, they would end up breaking it. And the only way to end this is to really bomb Iran enough so they actually surrender. And when you get unconditional surrender, then I think things will work out better. And as soon as this is over, oil prices are really set to drop. OPEC nations have increased production. Once all these tankers finally get through the Straits of Hormuz, there'll be a large increase in the oil supply. I thought I saw the Wall Street Journal said there could even be a glut of oil at some time. Well, that's an oversupply. Oversupplies always lead to lower prices, at least in the short run. So if all that happens and oil gets down to like $60 a barrel and gasoline gets well under $3 a gallon, you'll see the inflation rate come down very quickly. The core inflation rate, which takes out gasoline and some food prices, the core rate is down to 2.6%. And some of that is even influenced by energy because it looks at the cost of production and energy impacts that. So if we can just get these oil prices down, get this Iran war over with, and I think the Americans are getting a little weary with this too. They really want it to be over too. We do have politics to consider because the midterms are coming up. But if we can get this over with and get oil back down to a reasonable level, inflation will go down to Warsh's target of 2%, which I said is possible by the end of the year, assuming we can get this over relatively quickly. And I think the golden years are ahead for the U.S. Economy once we get this resolved.
Well, we love the sound of that. And especially, I love you saying golden years, but you think about the numbers. The truth is, with everything going on, I think what I would say, most of the so-called pundits, who, let's face it, they live in their little bubble anyway, but they all predicted, and even today, you can find, if you just put in the word recession, it's amazing how they will just jump through hoops and do cartwheels to use the word recession in their headlines, even if it's a question, right? Because they want to put that word in there. So, what impact does that have? Even though there are some indicators that things are moving in the right direction despite the action in Iran. But when you look at retail sales, when you look at consumer confidence, how does that impact people? And does that concern you?
So when consumers decide to spend money, they're fairly confident that they'll be able to pay the bills and there'll be money coming in the future. When you start putting up recession, then consumers start to say, I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is true, it could end up hurting me. That's going to reduce consumer confidence and reduce consumer spending. So just by talking about recessions, it isn't a good thing. If you look at the data, we're nowhere near a recession. Consumers are spending money. Look at the retail sales. Business investment is way up because of that expensing thing. Government spending is still up, although we're trying our best to try to hold that. And then the negative trade imbalance is being corrected. In other words, we're trying to import a little less and export a little more, and that tends to help GDP also. I think, and again, once I've said before, once this Iran thing is over and oil stabilizes, I think we could see 4% growth, annual growth rate, well into the future. Again, the key is we got to get this Iran thing over with. And I know people are reading a lot of things. The pundits that don't like Trump are saying all kinds of bad things, and consumers get a little nervous about that, and the confidence goes down. Although the last couple of months, consumer confidence is starting to inch up a little bit. So I'm still optimistic about the future. I thought this Iran thing would have been over by now, but President Trump gave him 60 days. Within a week or two, they violated the agreement. I think President Trump is fed up. 5 days in a row now, he's been bombing. So confident that the Iranians can't defend themselves that they're even bombing during the daytime, so you can actually see the planes. I'm just wondering that they keep saying Iran is firing missiles here and there. I'm just wondering how many missiles they have left. I mean, we're supposed to have bombed everything, at least 80, 90% of it. And then the facilities where they make the drones and things were bombing. So I don't know how much they have left. My view is I hope Trump just goes in, levels everything, and let's get this thing over with.
And what about for people, the small business person? Because that's, I always, especially after the pandemic, I think, and in our region and across New Jersey, across Pennsylvania, people suffered, and the small businesses, they shut down. There were some people that I know of had longtime employees, took a second mortgage out on their house to try to just keep things going and didn't want longtime employees to lose their jobs. I mean, it's really heartbreaking. What about the environment for business, and especially, I'll say, small businesses that are brick and mortar, but also the upstarts?
So President Trump, obviously pro-business, is trying to make it as easy as possible for businesses to get started and to grow. So some of these regulations that are making it very difficult and expensive for business to grow, he's trying to get rid of and only keep the ones that are really absolutely necessary. Small businesses usually survive because they offer something unique. They differentiate themselves from the big box stores. Typically, it's through service. A lot of times it's personal relationships that you have with your customers you're not going to get in big business. And somebody would say, look, I'd rather deal with somebody I know and I think he's going to be honest. If I pay a few more bucks, so be it. But I feel very much confident. So small business rather has got to get even more creative and differentiate themselves from big business, usually by providing service and the personal relationships.
Dr. Michael Busler, thank you so much. As always, on Thursdays, we look forward to your market analysis and your economic analysis. I hope you're right.
Me too.
Yeah, amen. Well, listen, stay safe in this crazy heat. Have a wonderful day and a wonderful weekend, and hopefully we'll talk to you next Thursday. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Dawn. Take care. Pleasure to be here.
It's our pleasure, really. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's funny. Sometimes to get the best news about the economy, I have to look at what the rest of the world says about us. That's the weirdest thing. If you look at a network, it's NBC, especially ABC. They won't put the good news in the headline. Then you look at BBC or something, and they're saying that probabilities were heavily favored for the U.S. to avoid any kind of recession through the end of 26, talking about the economic outlook, and that we're the world's largest producer, obviously, of both petroleum, natural gas. And I always have to talk about the fact that Trump had rewritten the rules, if you will, and pushed the reset button, putting us in the driver's seat, if you will, over the OPEC cartels. So I love that. And I know I probably say it too often, but I say it because nobody else says it in the mainstream media. So just keep that in the back of your hat. If you have a question or a comment, 855-839-1210 is the number to call. Do we have to take a break, Dan Borowski?
Yeah, we're overdue.
We're overdue. Sorry. I know. I could just listen to Busler talk. If he were my professor, you'd have to kick me out. I'd be going to his classes because he's just probably the favorite professor of Stockton University.
Yeah, the local community out there at the shore. Everybody knows Michael Busler. Everyone that went through Stockton University knows Dr. Busler, and he is a genuinely good person.
Yeah, my nephew Lukey, he's like, oh, you talked to Dr. Busler? Everybody loves him. Seriously. He's like...
It's great.
And so all those other professors, no disrespect to you, but he's the most popular. So there. Believe me, his ratings are great.
I don't know if he's the most popular.
He's the most popular.
There's
that's my story, and I'm sticking
with it. Dr. Yitzhak, I think was his name, was a professor at... Oh, he retired, though. I'm just seeing...
Okay.
There's this very famous Dr. Yitzhak, a physics professor that was almost like Albert Einstein, a local legend down there at Stockton University, who would be the favorite just ahead of Michael Busler. But he retired, so now it's Dr. Busler is the favorite. Come on.
He's the fave. So there it is. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. We'll check in with some of you. We got a lot of news, a lot of leftovers on Dan's cut sheet. I had a question about Zioli. I know we're overdue, but so Zioli had a Fox hit today.
Yeah, I heard.
So is he with us tomorrow? Because he's on the morning show, I think, with us on Kale & Company, 8:30ish. I think Nick said.
It'd be nice if I had a phone that wasn't dead.
So
yeah,
I check in with Zioli.
I'm thinking the best option as we produce live on air would probably be him to stick around for the big 3 at 10.
Well, he gets tired though, and it's the heat, so he could take a little siesta in between. Because I think he's only. Well, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll ask him.
Once I have a phone, I'll ask.
Because the one time I kept him late, and people were saying, "Really? You could tell he was tired, Dawn." As if I abused him by wanting to talk to him. Because what is he? And I'm chopped liver over here? But I was getting it.
It's
like poor baby,
What the listeners didn't see is during the break saying, Dan, get the adrenaline shot.
It's a sin. We'll be right back.
Poor air quality continues through the afternoon with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. We'll have hazy sunshine. It'll be hot and humid with a high around 95. For tonight, smoke continues with a low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Friday with smoky conditions, not as humid with a high near 90.
When the doctor informed me that I had to be transplanted, I froze. I was in shock.
Mr. Gatling was on dialysis. He had end-stage kidney failure. Transplants are some of the most complex procedures in medicine.
I received a kidney transplant at Virtual Health.
We are the only transplant center in South Jersey.
I can stay in my own backyard. I thank them for keeping me alive.
Virtua Health, the only transplant center in South Jersey. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. LendSeek.com. LendSeek.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Employee pricing isn't just for employees anymore. For limited time only this July, everyone saves at Closet Factory, Philadelphia. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yes, we're talking about the air quality today. We're also talking about President Trump in Pennsylvania. And, he didn't just talk business at the summit that we've been referencing. He dedicated, his comments, and you'll hear it in a second, to our great Pennsylvania State police officer, our Pennsylvania State trooper who was killed in the line of duty, 44 years young, 20-year veteran of the force, and assigned to the PSP's Frackville Barracks, right, as a motor carrier inspector. Remember, he was struck and killed as he was inspecting a tractor trailer. Our great Pennsylvania State police officers, this is something they do. He was on the right shoulder of the interstate there. This is Butler Township, 7 o'clock in the morning, when, a guy a non-citizen, illegal, shouldn't have even been here, also was driving, a tractor trailer with a CDL and struck him and killed him. Horrific situation. And then our trooper, Bahira, was trapped at the front end of that truck. So trapped under there, and the tractor trailer driven by this illegal individual caught fire. Horrific situation, just horrific. Here's President Trump paying tribute.
And because we're here in Pennsylvania, where State Trooper Michael Farah was killed just 2 weeks ago by an illegal alien operating a semi-truck on a commercial driver's license, which he should never have had. He was here illegally, came in through Biden. Today I'm making one more important announcement. My administration will soon take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers who are just killing a lot of people. They can't read signs. Many of them are on drugs or alcohol, and they shouldn't be driving these things, and they came in totally illegally, and we don't want them. But they are driving all over American roadways, and we're going to replace them with proud American veterans who are going to take our veterans, who are going to make them, we're going to teach them a lot about driving trucks, and in many cases they know. We're going to say any American who's driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license. So we're going to get them.
Huge applause, right? So just this week, July 13th of this week, the illegal individual, he's incarcerated. He was in court, and right now he's in Schuylkill County Prison. He did not make his $700K bail, but it's pending. He's being held until August 26th is the date of his preliminary hearing. And so here's this guy. He's non-domiciled because he's from Massachusetts. Okay, so they allow somebody who's a non-citizen to get this license to drive this huge vehicle, drive it across the country. And so here he was with a CDL. It's just a sin. But this guy, we're learning more about him. You're not even going to believe this. So in court, what we learned about this suspect, his first name, Michael, as well, because we know that the Pennsylvania State Trooper who he's accused of, killing is two Michaels here, the story. But in this one, we're learning more about the tractor trailer driver, Michael Bond. So his defense attorney, his court-appointed defense attorney, John Waldron, saying in court, he's a Allentown-based attorney, he described in court how he discovered that, in fact, that this CDL driver has a history of severe seizures. So not only is this guy a non-citizen here illegally in this country, allowed to have a CDL license, thank you, not Massachusetts, but this guy has a history of seizures. Now, isn't that something, not for nothing, that you would make sure that somebody who's driving this huge vehicle, right, that could be perceived as a weapon, could harm himself or many people, and so he has a history of seizures, and he's allowed to drive this thing. I'm not even going to talk about the fact that if you have a history of seizures, you have a history of seizures, you should never, right, apply for a CDL. If that's your medical history, that's horrific. But that was what the family, and that's now what the defense attorney is saying. So this guy is a 33-year-old Haitian individual and living in Brockton, Massachusetts. And he's facing homicide by vehicle, among many other charges. But this guy never, for multiple reasons, he never should have been behind the wheel. And so here we have our great Pennsylvania State Trooper. Just wanted to go through that because I thought it was really beautiful that President Trump took the moment here in Pennsylvania, obviously here for a summit, and talking about, factory, bringing forth defense dollars, pumping them into Pennsylvania with these jobs, but at the same time taking a moment, thank you, Mr. President, for honoring Pennsylvania State Police Trooper Michael Piera. It's just tragic. And it was not in the headlines with his funeral and the outpouring of love from across the country and here in Pennsylvania. And where did you see that front and center? Shame on the so-called mainstream media. Dom Giordano is here, and oh boy, I've been waiting for this because whenever D.A. Krasner says things like he did Nasty Graham, I thought, I can't wait for the Dom show.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, Jim Jordan won't be coming on to next week.
Oh, okay.
Next week.
Okay.
We're working on it. We thought of that immediately. But we're going to discuss off-the-top rope shots with Jim Jordan more than anything. And I'm going to tell him that getting in the ring with this guy, you got to be ready. Do not give an inch. Whatever you have to do, right after him. If he starts cleaning his glasses, really go after him. So we have Lee Zeldin coming on EPA. They asked to come on because they've done something for truck drivers that you were just talking about, and a couple of other things in Pennsylvania. He'll be here at about 12:30.
Oh, perfect. Lee Zeldin, huge get. Dom show starts right now.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new gas-sipping Kia. Get up to 53 miles per gallon on our huge selection of K4s, K5s, Seltos, Sportage Hybrids, Sorrentos, and more. And with MSRP starting under $25,000, anyone can afford to start saving money at the pump today. Just minutes from all bridges. Or online 24/7 at KiaofCherryHill.com. Again, that's KiaofCherryHill.com.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission. $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let the these big discounts pass you by, go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
It's bigger, it's better. It's the 4th of July sales event at Tri-County CDJR. This month, get up to 20% off MSRP on select new 2026 Ram 1500 models. Come find bigger deals and better value at 422jeep.com. Available on select models with approved credit. Customers must qualify, plus tax, title, license, registration, and applicable government fees. Offers expire July 31st, 2026.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech. Everything that the MAGA platform is, that's what I want for this country. If a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time, the existential enemy of the world. And the president and everybody else ought to proceed with that. So is there any doubt they would be trying to do this? Or that Russia would be trying to do this? And of course, in favor of Biden. That's a given. But the allegation, if the president goes down this path tonight, is they were stealing information then from voter list, to then concoct ways to put in mail-in ballots. Okay, I'm all about tightening up the election system. We've been through this many times. We want the Save America Act. I don't know that what President Trump says tonight, it's a mistake to think this is going to move the Senate to do that. The Senate, each individual, including Thune, you have to take the Presler approach. You got to go after them individually, whatever the point of leverage is. Whatever they need, want, or afraid of, you got to bring them to heel on this. It's not going to happen with stuff about China and let's not do mail-in balloting. So are we in unison? I still get people saying, yeah, that's it. Don't vote by mail. We've been through with Scott Presler, how to do this, how to do it effectively so that your vote will count, etc. If we don't vote by mail, we're going to lose. Here's the other thing, in broad terms, with what the president's doing tonight. We already have these people, and I'll tell you flat out, and it's you can differ with me, and you can certainly call, and I'll hear you. These people that we have to coax to vote, the so-called low propensity voter, I believe a number of them who did it in Jack Ciattarelli in Jersey. They only want to vote if Trump is on the ballot. I only want to vote when Trump's there. Why would I vote when anything? These idiots. But it is the world. If you're running for office, we have to coax them over the finish line. Will this tonight reinforce in their mind, yeah, why vote? China or someone else, the Democrats are going to steal the election. So in other words, we have to go all out to close up every hole to fight Democrats every day, the Linda Kearns way, when we have Linda on and the type of stuff that she's involved in. Scott Presler, going after the voting list here in Pennsylvania, trying to clear them off. He's been on, he's explained how he's doing that. But the idea that we shouldn't vote or mail-in balloting, as long as you have mail-in balloting, I'm not going to vote. President's got to do a whole lot more. I see 2 positive points here. One, for the midterms. It's not about 2020 anymore, okay? I know you think you Biden, you beat him, okay, all that stuff. It's about winning now. And it's not even about your impeachment. That doesn't matter. It's about the country and what they'll do. And the ramp up to 2028. So there are a couple things that are advantageous. One, due to the Supreme Court decision and due to the Republicans being very clever in the states, we've picked up potentially 8 to 10 seats that I think we're going to win. Now, we have the downside, you know, the party in power and all that stuff, and we know Democrats are seething to come out to vote. And I'm starting to think that Republicans have found an issue, the commie issue. I'm going to play you youtube.com/1210. You can hear it too, but you got to see this. It's an old tape, not this segment, next segment, on how to spot a commie. It's pretty funny stuff, but it makes the point. It cuts to the commies of today. Are they that much different than these things we used to see from the 60s about how to spot a commie if they're around here, okay? So we got all that going on. The problem is their vote is going to come out. How do I know that? Their vote is going to come out because of the simple fact of the Trump hatred, the anti-Semitism, the Netanyahu hatred, the seething, the just sheer unadulterated anger. They're going to come out and vote. I will be shocked if they don't. What's the motivation on the Republican side without Trump in the ballot? Well, I gave you a good one, I think, with Mike Johnson. Now, President Trump has to do that too. Does this help tonight doing this? Do we really think this is going to push the Save America Act across the finish line? Because, yes, they're going to mention they believe 100,000 illegals were on the voter rolls in 2020. I'm not sure if they're going to present evidence. That's something I really get behind. But as far as China and the voting machines and all this stuff, is that going to push the ball forward? Or do you just want to wallow in it? It's about winning. And I don't see this tonight as something that's going to point us toward winning. 855-839-1210. What is it that you want to hear on all this stuff? I want the president to turn it on, to tell his base of supporters what he thinks of them if they don't show up and vote. Whatever, the secret sauce is with him and that bond, that's what has to be in play constantly here to get people to turn out and vote. By the way, here's a success. I'll give you a positive. I think we've made DEI poisonous, which is a good thing, particularly the E, the equity. In other words, we have so effectively hammered this. The ladies on The View the last 2 days going out of their way to call Lindsey Graham's sister for this part-time fill-in role until they have an election shortly, a classic DEI hire. So what I'm saying is the ladies in The View are using DEI in a very negative way. They don't know it, but, they just want to call her it. But think about that. Well, what's wrong if she is a DEI hire? Why can't we have DEI hires? But they've been hammering that day after day. All right, one more item, then I'll give you what I think is going to be a spectacular side question. I went back yesterday with all this stuff, and we may or may not, Henry, I know, is working diligently to get the mayor on, and I like him, of Ben Salem, where Ben Salem seems to believe that goodly numbers of people from surrounding areas, a.k.a. Philadelphia, are coming to their schools even though they don't live in the district. So they set up this, it's really an email tip line, but it's a line, with Benny, this adorable little owl. Well, not really adorable, kind of cringy. Benny, tell Benny they're coming here. Rat on them, in other words. And I went back because I remember a few years back, well, more than a few, I was in sync with the ACLU. It involved an Ohio mother who ultimately John Kasich gave clemency to after she was sentenced, potentially, she could have been 10 years in jail, for sending her child to the wrong school. She lived in Akron. How's that for synergy, connection, LeBron James Day, where LeBron James has a place. Now, she wasn't going to the LeBron James school. Akron is a crummy school district. And her dad lived in a pretty good school district. So they used the dad's address. I think they were pretty close to this school district. And they sent the kids to it. And for that, it's a felony, apparently. It was a big, big national case. My point being, on this whole school choice thing, the misery of this, and I understand Ben Salem's trying to protect their school district and all this, but how about the people that are there illegally in Ben Salem? Oh, we don't know that. Of course you do. Come on. I mean, illegally, not here legally in the entire country versus this. Is there a tip line on that? Well, even if you did, it wouldn't matter. They're not going to do anything about it. All right. Reading yesterday, day before, I guess, Washington Post, big article that says that cigarette smoking is back. Maybe not 5-pack a day or whatever, but dabbling in it. They say the glamour of cigarettes lies in their association with sophistication. I'm sophisticated. Hi, honey. I'm sophistication. Get my top hat. Rebellion and allure. And they're coming back, particularly with women who see that. They're a prop. You know, you do something with your hand. Yeah, I got a cigarette here I'm holding up. It's a prop type of thing that people don't even know they're doing. So we're looking today for a person, a trend, something, it could be a personal memory, that's associated with cigarettes and cigarette smoking. Now, it might be bad. I'm going to say the Marlboro Man is one of the all-time associations. When Roe was still teaching, one of their kids called me that way back when. The Marlboro Man. It was a good thing until we saw the Marlboro Man 53. He didn't look so good. Just like Kramer and Seinfeld.
Oh, boy.
I'm going to take James Bond off as another. And just the word prop. It's like a great prop, the cigarette. I'm not sure if Tom Snyder is still alive or not. I had him on several times, and Tom Snyder used to just chain smoke this big. Back in the day, I had a doctor, Dr. Jacina, all-time great family doctor. He had like stevedores and union guys in the morning and pregnant women in the afternoon. So my mother went to as kind of the delivered. And Dr. Jacina is chain smoking. I had to go to him frequently. Used to get a B12 shot. Giant cigarette thing of empty cigarettes crushing. All right, Maisie, drop your trousers, he would say, stuff like this.
Yeah.
And he's puffing away. In Mad Men, you had the, is it the gynecologist, the woman in the stirrups with a cigarette ash dangling right there. I mean, my God.
It wasn't even, yeah. It was, that leads right into one of my first answers there. It was going to be Mad Men.
Sure, exactly.
Yeah.
One more. Coaches smoking on the bench.
Yeah.
Not just a victory cigar, but chain smoking on the bench.
You're right.
Yeah. So something associated with smoking. What, Henry, go ahead.
So Mad Men was going to be my first answer. I mean,
yeah.
Don Draper, he gets the account. All right, let's smoke up. Oh, they lost the account. All right, let's smoke up. You know, it didn't matter what it was. They were going to light a cigarette.
It's that lighter, too. You know, in a certain way with the lighter. Lighting the woman's cigarette with the lighter. So cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And that was going to be another answer of mine is, you know, lighting someone's cigarette for them. That's kind of gone by the wayside as well, you know. Like, well, what do you ask now? Yo, can I hit your vape? Like, yeah, I understand the whole prestige aspect of cigarettes, like where it just doesn't look good if you're hitting this, like, you know, multicolored, you know, vape stick. It doesn't look cool. You look, you look like a tool. So I understand, you know, going outside, smoking a cig, having the smoke around you, it does look cool. I understand that prestige part. And then the final one I'll take off, the mouse isn't going to be happy with this, but I got to take off Walt Disney. I mean, the man smoked so much. He's known for his iconic point, like pointing off in the distance, like with two fingers.
Yeah.
You know, like in the statues of him. he wasn't pointing off in the distance. He was smoking a cigarette between his index and his middle finger. They just had to airbrush that out of all of his photos and all of the statues they made out of him because the man was a habitual chain smoker. So when we talk about cigarettes, you got to talk about Walt Disney.
The British Open being played right now. I'm not going to call it the Open because we know the U.S. Open's the Open. And the Masters is the tournament, just to decide. But you don't see smoking in golf anymore. And Arnold Palmer, the way he would flick a cigarette, that made Arnold Palmer.
There's one female golfer that I know smokes cigarettes.
Charlie Hull. Yeah, she doesn't do it when playing, though.
No, I don't know if you're allowed to. But
she's nuts.
Yeah, I'm sure after 18 on the 19th hole, she's
yeah, but the Duck, the guy from Argentina that won the U.S. Open at Oakmont, coming down the stretch, the USGA was getting really worried because he's out there lighting cigarette after cigarette. And people saying, we've never seen this on TV. It calmed him down. They started saying, no, you can't smoke. It's an advantage. My gosh. Yeah. I'll think of his name. He's won 2 majors, too. Pretty good. And I remember at Oakmont.
Elijah? No.
No. The Duck. The Duck from Argentina. It'll come to me. Big guy, too. Real long driver. How about yours, Kirk?
Angel Cabrera.
Yeah, man, that's right.
I'm going to go with 2. Fictional, a cartoon character by the name of Joe Camel.
Oh, great.
Smoking was cool. And the second, speaking of Walt Disney, Rod Serling from the Twilight Zone, when he did his opening monologue with the hands, the cigarette was like the cigarette was on the tip of his fingers.
Exactly. I love that Walt Disney reference too. All right. 855-839-1210. All-time association with smoking in any way, shape, or form. And some of the all-time voices of people I've interviewed, Joan Krajewski, who passed away. Well, Dom, I mean, if that's a smoker voice.
We don't get that rasp anymore.
No. Harry Callis, passed away early, but he had a great voice anyhow, but it added that layer to it, I think, the smoking, apparently. It does that. Now, I wouldn't say, all right, kid, you want to be in talk radio? Go and smoke 3 packs a day. It'll make it for you.
Right.
If you make it, if you're alive, you're in. Mm-hmm. And I've had to do cigar events. Ro made me drop my suit right at the door coming home from the cigar, because you don't recognize the smoke when you're in it quite as much. As soon as I got into fresh air, it was like, oh, my God, let me go out of here.
I bet.
Yeah. Like 50 guys smoking cigars, yeah.
And bourbon.
Oh, God. 855-839-1210. So you hit us with that. The president's speech tonight, kind of previewing it. I think this is on the mark of where he's going to go. And that's not where I think we ought to be going. Do you? I thought we settled the mail-in ballots. He's got to, and it's not easy, get the reluctant Trump voter out to vote. That's the missing piece. If they don't do it in these close races, we're going to lose. If they do it, we're going to win. And I think we can hold the House. But at the present rate, with Trump's not on the ballot, people. Look, I'm not running for office anytime soon. So I can say, they disgust me. You just disgust me. But I don't have to win them over. The parties do. Trump does. 855-839-1210.
Attention. This is a pesticide exposure alert. The pesticide chlorpyrifos, used as an insect repellent, has now been linked to neurodevelopmental disorders in children and Parkinson's disease. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after being exposed to chlorpyrifos, you may qualify for potential compensation. Visit govictory68.com now to see if you qualify. Across the country, pesticide manufacturers have already faced multi-billion-dollar lawsuits and settlements over alleged health risks. Now, people exposed to chlorpyrifos are taking legal action, alleging this pesticide caused serious neurological injuries in both adults and children. If you or a loved one was diagnosed with a neurodevelopmental disease after chlorpyrifos exposure, don't wait. Strict filing deadlines may apply. Visit govictory68.com today to see if you qualify. Go to govictory68.com. That's govictory68.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services by the Goldwater Law Firm in Phoenix, Arizona. Primary legal services performed by co-counsel law firms. For additional disclaimers, go to goldwaterlawfirm.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Well, Lorenzo, the pitch looked good. Yeah, so green. USA keeper was decent enough.
Didn't have much to do.
99 minutes.
Not a single goal. Well, Bet365 sure came through, though. I bet $10 and got $150 in bonus bets, just for signing up.
At least someone scored.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the third time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, Hatboro. Tell your smart speaker deployed. 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time. I think I might hold off how to spot a commie. We'll do that after Lee Zeldin. It is hilarious. It's a package put together. The RNC research put it out. More indication of where we ought to be going, where Mike Johnson's going. Don't be afraid if you're a Trump supporter. I saw Johnny Z on Twitter with one of these things saying, all right, present the evidence of what the problem is here, fix it, but let's move on. We're not going to get bogged down in 2020 unless that's what you want to do. Toward what point? We got to win 2026. Let's say we wins in the hearts and minds. Biden cheated in 2020. What will the net impact be in 2026? Will that help to win? Or are these people going to go nuts again and say, I'm not doing the mail-in ballot? If you don't do the mail-in ballot, you're going to lose. I only want to do one thing. I don't care how within the law, get across the finish line. Whatever it takes to get across the finish line and hold that House of Representatives, that's what I want to do. That ought to be the only thing that matters. And we've been given a lot of gifts here, including the communists that are outright communist in front of us. We ought to be able to win this. Let's go to Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
Where do you want me to start? I mean, I could talk about the school district people. Perfect example. Shoreham used to be a beautiful area until people start using addresses. They flooded it up there, then they had a big fight, and now the school is a dump. It's the home of Reggie Jackson.
Well, I know that. I was inside their Hall of Fame, and I don't think it's just people coming from outside. You're right. That's one of those. They've just gone downhill by the when you look at their Hall of Fame, you'll see who the students were then versus now. And now they just have one scandal after another, even in their locker room. So, yeah, Cheltenham's a great example. But, Lance, the thing with Ben Salem that I resist here is going all out with this rat line. And yet, I guess they have people that are here illegally, not supposed to be in the country, and that's okay.
Well, when you go up Street Road and you go as soon as you come off 95, either way, there's a lot of people have now moved into Bucks County because it's the area with a lot of apartment houses. And Dom, I'm a 30-year exterminator. I used to see 15, 16 pieces of cardboard on the floor when I had to exterminate a lot of these apartment buildings. So there you go. And then they look at the enrollment from year to year, and you see that the kids are increasing, but the addresses are staying the same. But no one wants to say anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, that's fair. And but Lance, by the way, your insights from what you do and your eye for it, like Rittenhouse, et cetera, are just priceless. I just wanted you to know that. They're unbelievable.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Because, Dom, I'm everywhere. And now you get a little bit of that into Lower Marion, but the rent over there is a little bit more pricey. But people do use, say, a cousin's address that lives now at Marion Station.
Mm-hmm.
They'll use that address so that they can go to Lower Marion High. And I don't blame people for not wanting to be inside of a ghetto school ducking bullets and fighting every day. I did that at South Philly High enough.
Yeah, well, that's a dilemma. I hear the Ben Salem part of it. Lance, what I'd like to know is, I bet these people in Philadelphia still vote for Democrats. Don't they get school choice that would free them and they wouldn't have to risk a felony sneaking into Ben Salem?
I tell my friend all the time, it's the fear of something being taken away from you that you're never going to get. It's the carrot and the stick. You're never going to get the carrot, never, no matter what happens. But if you promise it, if you promise it, they'll be there every single time.
Gotcha, Lance. What's your side today?
As someone that grew up with parents that smoked, for me, it's the cigarette dangling from the lip. My dad still could whip behind. My mom still could whip behind with the cigarette hanging from the lip. I can remember going down the shore and my dad's 71 Buick station wagon with the cigarette dangling from his lip as we're going down the Black Horse Pike, and he's laying on a horn and screaming and hollering because he had the worst road rage. And the cigarette still would not fall out of his mouth.
Unbelievable. Thank you, Lance. Henry, I knew this would be a good question.
Oh, yeah.
Right out of the box.
No, the calls
right out of the
excited.
box. Sometimes bad stuff helps us. All right.
Right.
Lee Zeldin next from the EPA with a lot to report, but a lot more of your calls. Talk Radio 1210.
Here's retirement phase expert Joanne Small-Canella with today's report.
You've spent decades paying into Social Security with the promise that it would help support your retirement. Today, many Americans are wondering whether that promise will be kept. The Social Security Administration reports that it has paid out more in benefits than it has collected through payroll taxes for the past 4 years. And naturally, many Americans are asking, should I claim my Social Security before it's too late? This week's expert report explains why panicking could become one of the biggest retirement mistakes that you ever make. The earliest that you can claim Social Security is at age 62, but doing so permanently reduces your monthly benefit. For most Americans retiring today, full retirement age is 67. That's when you'll receive 100% of the benefit that you earned. If your benefit at 67 would have been $2,000 a month, claiming Social Security at 62 could reduce it to approximately $1,400 a month for the rest of your life, plus little COLA increases. If Social Security benefits are reduced in the future, you've already locked yourself into a smaller monthly check, compounding the reduction by cutting your own benefit first. There are times when claiming early makes sense, such as poor health or an immediate income need. But for many retirees, waiting is the better choice. And if you delay your Social Security payments until age 70, your benefit grows about 8% each year after full retirement up to age 70. That's roughly 24% more than claiming Social Security at 67, and it's as much as 70% more than claiming your Social Security at age 62. The key is knowing what's right for your unique situation. So before making one of the biggest financial decisions of your life, meet with a retirement phase expert at Crash Proof Retirement, where we will evaluate your complete retirement picture, help determine the best time to claim Social Security, and show you how the exclusive Crash Proof Retirement system can offset potential Social Security shortfalls. Schedule an appointment today by calling 800-722-9728 or visiting crashproofretirement.com.
Weather sponsored by the National Liberty Museum.
Poor air quality continues through the afternoon with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. We'll have hazy sunshine. It'll be hot and humid with a high around 95. For tonight, smoke continues with a low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Friday with smoky conditions, not as humid, with a high near 90.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty tested, shaped, and lived.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in. It's always a pleasure when we have a chance to speak with one of the people really directing policy day to day in Washington. Lee Zeldin, of course, is a favorite administrator of the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. He joins us here from the EPA on Talk Radio 1210. Lee Zeldin, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, it's good to be back. How you doing today?
Very well. You know, one of the things I like, we got a couple of updates for people that are positive. The way that you've run the EPA, despite all the fire of the climate stuff, the left on fire, how have you done it that you don't seem to get the center of their attention? They concede, I think, that Lee Zeldin is a smart guy who runs something very, very effectively. They're not bothering you that much. That's good.
Listen, I'm sticking to my statutory obligations. There's one single best reading of federal law. I limit my power to that. My message to those in Congress who have a problem with that, then change the law. But this was the Laura from the congresswoman from Connecticut, former chair of the House Appropriations Committee. She wants to be the next chair of the House Appropriations. And she was asking me why I repealed the 2009 endangerment finding, all the greenhouse gas emission standards that followed on light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, largest act of deregulation in the history of the United States. Why am I doing that? And she wants me to be keeping that in place to fight global climate change. So I said, Section 202 of the Clean Air Act, where does it say anything about fighting global climate change? It doesn't. And she hadn't read the law. And I told her why I have to follow the best reading of the law because of the Supreme Court decision in Loper-Bright, which she had never heard of, let alone actually read. And I'm not going to impose trillions of dollars of regulation because the Supreme Court ruled in West Virginia versus EPA in the Major Questions Doctrine that should be a decision by Congress. They should debate and vote. She wasn't aware of that. She hadn't read it. So, it's really about sticking to facts, making sure that, I don't try to do things beyond my authority, I limit my authority to that. We protect the environment. We help grow the economy. We apply common sense. And as long as you stick to that, there's no reason to apologize or have any regret while you're doing it.
No, I admire it because, as I said, given the person you're talking about and just looking for anything on that, they haven't landed anything that says this is law-abiding. Wanted to talk with you, too, though, about another issue from the Trump administration and you around Biden, what I would view as an excess with truckers. What can you tell us has happened with that?
Yeah, we've been implementing a lot of different deregulatory actions to fix some of what we inherited that was broken in this space. Last week, we had a big announcement at National Mall where it's a new proposal on what's called the 2027 nitrous oxide heavy-duty rule. One aspect that I heard complained from truckers and farmers and others is with regards to diesel exhaust fluid deratements, where a vehicle or tractor would just stop out of nowhere because of the system not working right. So we're proposing a permanent elimination of those diesel exhaust fluid deratements. We also have a bunch of other changes with regards to warranty and regulatory useful life, like these different technical terms that all told, if we implement what people have been asking for, it amounts to more affordable new vehicles. It's about having more American-made parts, engines, trucks here in the country, more jobs, more investment. And, while this is the most recent proposal from last week, we've basically been doing this since we came in the office, is that light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles, whether it's your right to repair your tractor and your other non-road equipment and more, we are just trying to restore consumer choice, respect consumer choice, bring down costs. And for us, it's one of the pillars of powering the great American comeback at the Trump EPA. And we've stuck to it, been committed to it. I'll give you one other example. California, they wanted us to approve a state implementation plan that included them bringing down the heavy hand of a state level to crack down on out-of-state and out-of-country trucks. We said no to that. We got rid of an electric vehicle mandate that started in California, but a bunch of other states subscribed to. That got eliminated working with Congress. These actions, it's stuff that we could do at the executive branch level. Sometimes it's working with Congress. There's been a lot on the plate, and there's been a whole lot of progress punching this stuff over the finish line.
Absolutely. What's next up for you? What's the grand design? What's an area that the EPA under you is looking at where there'll be maybe some changes?
Well, I'll actually say the one topic that we're just talking about is a great example of a proposal that just went out. We're starting the public comment period. We have to finalize it. We are in the process of finalizing a new Waters of the United States rule, which will define federal reach over the regulation of waterway, understanding that just because the federal government doesn't regulate a waterway doesn't mean it's not regulated. We believe that Pennsylvania knows its water better than people who work at an agency in Washington, D.C. So advancing cooperative federalism, permitting reform, working with Congress on permitting reform, getting more investment in this country. We were talking earlier about investment in the auto manufacturing space. It's also with stationary sources. We've saved a whole lot of power plants from closing. We're helping to get a whole bunch of new ones built, new projects built, and a lot of stuff that we set out to accomplish when we came in is done. There's a bunch of other stuff that is in the process of being completed, whether in a public comment period or just out, and we just want to keep punching all of this stuff over the finish line while also protecting the environment. I'll give you one example. On the 1-year anniversary of President Trump's term in office, we released a list of our top 500 environmental accomplishments from that first year. We're proving that you can protect the environment and grow the economy. You don't have to choose between one or the other. And part of what's ahead is just continuing that pace too of helping pursue cleaner, safer, healthier land, air, and water.
Absolutely. Just an outside-the-box parting question. Daylight savings time passed bipartisan. Would that affect anything in the EPA purview? Just asking in a broad sense, any thoughts on that, of how that might go?
No, we haven't really been part of that conversation from the EPA space. We have obviously a lot on our plate that we're focusing on that we were just talking about. That hasn't been one of the topics. And I should note, by the way, I'm in PA now. We had a great visit yesterday. We're at the Region 3 office in Philly. We were at a WIN waste management site in Rep. Fitzpatrick's district. We're at the Mack Truck site in Congressman McKenzie's district. We were at a Superfund site in Congressman Bresnahan's district. I just left Scott Perry's district, where we're involved in a Chesapeake Bay program to improve the water quality in that area. So, there's a lot that we're working on, and always with Pennsylvania close to our heart. So it's pretty cool to be able to speak to you again, being back in the state, and look forward to coming back again soon.
Absolutely. You ticked off the big four Congress people there. I'm very glad you were able to do that. Thank you, Lee Zeldin. Thanks for coming on today.
Yes, sir. All right, see ya.
All right, Lee Zeldin, the administrator of the EPA here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. All right, coming up, more of your calls. I know there's a lot of entertaining calls here on something associated with cigarette smoking. But I want to play you a little bit of how to spot a commie. And to do it justice, youtube.com/1210. I think it's there's enough sound in here to carry it too. This is put out. It was an old version of this back in the day when we were hunting commies, McCarthy and all that stuff. And it's updated to bring in today the 2026 commies. By the way, this guy, who's another commie running in Michigan, El Sayed, his tax return says $700,000 in family income last year. And yet he's all out pretending to be a physician, which he's not. That's really a stretch. He's putting Michigan into play. But here is how to spot a commie.
In recognizing a communist, physical appearance counts for nothing. If he openly declares himself to be a communist, we take his word for it.
I am a democratic socialist.
You call yourself a democratic socialist?
I'm a democratic socialist. Mamdani is a self-described socialist.
I am a democratic socialist.
Claire Valdez, this is a candidate, again, aligned with the Democratic Socialists of America.
I'm a proud democratic socialist.
I identify as a democratic socialist, but I'm running as a Democrat.
We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about.
If a person consistently reads and advocates the views expressed in a communist publication, he may be a communist.
Social media posts from Teresa Avila Chevalier's old X account, including favorable references to communism, Marxist ideology, and authoritarian communist figures.
As Eugene Debs once said,
if a person supports organizations which reflect communist teachings, she may be a communist.
I've been a member of New York City DSA for 7 years.
Feed the rich and feed the poor. This is class war.
If a person defends the activities of communist nations while consistently attacking the domestic and foreign policy of the United States, she may be a communist.
Cuba has a remarkable public health system.
We remember Fidel Castro, whose legacy is complex.
Sort of the opposite of what the United States has.
You know, when Fidel Castro came into office, you know what he did? He had a massive literacy program. Is that a bad thing?
There's a lot of dissidents imprisoned in Cuba.
That's right.
The actions and U.S. contributions to the suffering of Cubans.
This particular bullying and the use of sanctions.
Like other U.S. policies, the cruelty is the point.
It does not help the people of countries like Venezuela.
Do you believe that the 9/11 terrorist attacks on America were the inevitable consequence of American foreign policy?
Inevitable in the sense that we destabilized a lot of the Middle East, that forced people to believe that another act of violence was the only response.
Social media post from Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. One calls the United States an effing disgrace.
If a person does all these things over a period of time, he must be a communist.
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
All right, nicely done. You can Google it, too, if you're not on YouTube with us now, and take a look at it. It's well done, the interspersing of it back and forth, and that's where we are. By the way, speaking of communism, Bill Devlin contacted me this morning. He'll be in Cuba on the 7th of August, and we'll have him on by phone from Cuba, okay? I think it's legit this time. He's not crawling across a rooftop with a satellite phone. I think he'll be there at some youth games or something around. God, if not invaded by then.
Right.
That's always a situation to put down there. All right, I'll give you this update on Larry Krasner and my advice to Jim Jordan is subpoena Rochelle Bilal. Bring her in, too, not just Krasner. And I'm already, the wheels are turning when this happens, his testimony. Got to be in Washington to broadcast from there. The theater, Jim Jordan on the top rope and Larry Krasner cleaning his glasses. What could possibly happen? 855-839-1210. All right, hit us with that person, place, or thing associated with smoking. You heard Lee Zeldin, some of the things they're up to. He's one of the better cabinet guys, really on top of the EPA, doing a good job with that. 855-839-1210.
You know what I love? American-made products, baby. That's right. It's Rich Zioli. American-made products, and that's what you get from Emmons Roofing and Siding. Owens Corning shingles are made in New Jersey. Certainteed siding made right outside of Philly. Provia windows and doors handcrafted in Ohio. And because Emmons is platinum with Owens Corning, your roof comes with a lifetime workmanship warranty. That's accountability on American-made quality from an American company right in our backyard. EmmonsRoofing.com. EmmonsRoofing.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,033.36.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
In Philadelphia, when property damage hits, there's one name more homeowners and business owners trust than anyone else. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, the #1 public adjuster in Philly. Why? Because they don't work for the insurance company. They work for you, fighting to get you the maximum settlement you deserve. Fire, water, storm damage, even denied or underpaid claims. Morano's knows how to win. Don't settle for less. Call the team Philadelphia trusts most. Visit Morano'sAdjustment.com or call today. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, Philadelphia's #1 public adjuster.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps heart. Don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Wait a minute. There's a Benny tip line update here on the Dom Show. I can't get enough of the Benny rat line. And look, I love the mayor over there. I think he'll come on. His booker's out of town, Henry tells me, or something, or at the casino. Either one, that'd be out of town. We hope to get him on because I get their problem there. But, you know, this, and it's called the Residency Initiative Task Force or something, or non-residency task force. Are they coming from Philadelphia? Let's go to Robert in Ben Salem here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert, welcome in.
Hey, Tom, Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. As you were saying, Dom, it's not a hotline. You have to send them an email
Yes.
Or, you have to send them a written message, which really takes all the fun out of it, man. There's no spontaneity. You don't get to hear anybody say, "I know nothing," and hang up. I mean, it's just not. It's just not fun. And the mayor, he is somebody who is more concerned. I'm not running him down, but to be honest, he's more concerned with keeping his job than actually being an effective mayor at this point. But that's just my opinion. Okay. But for my side question, I had to clear with Kirk whether we were talking strictly about cigarette smoking or smoking other things, and Kirk told me we were kind of sticking to the cigarette smoking.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with Earl the Pearl Monroe, Dom. Not only did he smoke over a pack a day, he used to smoke during practice, and there was even a couple times when he was smoking on the bench during the game. Of course, that was a different time. It was back in the 70s, and nobody cared about these things. But, I'm going to go with a sports figure who smoked probably more than he should have, and that would be Earl the Pearl Monroe. Great player, but apparently he didn't have a whole lot of lung power. And I'll leave it there, and you guys have yourselves a great day, okay?
Well, he's the pride of South Philly. I think Earl the Pearl King of Peace was only a couple blocks away, Oakford Street. And the pivot, he was the first guy that did it seamlessly, I think, pivoting from his right to his left. The ball handling was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he was like from another planet. How do you describe this guy so easily can score 30 points?
I have to disagree with Robert there. He didn't have the lung power. He definitely had the lung power. I mean, to be so, I don't know, exhausted from playing in a game and then to come into the sidelines and you're not catching your breath. You're doing the opposite. You're smoking a cig, and then you're going back in the game. You have to have some insane, cardio underneath you to be able to do that.
I guess. I don't know if the Earl of Pearl's still with us, but I remember in South Philly, it was legendary. When he first burst on the scene, it was unbelievable. Yeah. Okay. So that's what we're looking for, an all-time person
81.
or association with cigarettes, which are making a comeback. Not so much that people are smoking a few packs a day, but that they are dabbling in it, particularly women. There's a sense of glamour. Oh, I got to have a cigarette now. Is it addictive? Yes. Come on. Kirk took a great one off, too. Joe Camel. Think of the ads. Marlboro Man, Joe Camel. We may be leaving a couple off on how this used to proceed. Yeah, maybe at some point we'll do that. I think we did marijuana one time. We could do cigars.
Yes.
Might be more limited, but there might be enough stuff out there around that. All right, so we got that going on. Alante McCauley's coming up. Even though City Council rests, he does not. And we have a great prize today at about 2:13, 2:14, another pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx. And people have been right out of the box getting these this week, even though they're pretty difficult, to put it mildly.
Yeah, and then the YouTube chat's going, "Oh no, these are too hard."
Yeah,
these
yeah.
the
Keyboard
hints I'm
wars.
giving are too hard now. It's like, all right, make up your mind. Is it too easy? Is it too hard?
One thing with the World Cup, because of the country stuff yesterday, Henry and I were talking about that pass from Messi to the guy who hit a header in. It was shocking. But Argentine players couldn't let well enough alone, having to be carrying Falkland Islands banners in their victory lap. I mean, this is why this whole World Cup, these countries, they're messed up. You know, Britain's saying, really, do you need to be taught a lesson again? I did see some British press saying, Farger saying, okay, where's the Royal Navy? How about if we lob a few into Argentina to send them a message about the Falkland Islands?
What Falkland Islands are you talking about?
What do you mean?
Never mind.
Yeah, well.
That's the closest I can come to saying it on the air.
Oh, okay.
You give me context.
Okay, yeah, all right.
You know.
But you're not going to see American teams. You know, there might be a rivalry, an individual rivalry. This country stuff, though, is just crazy. Coming up in the 1 o'clock hour, though, our buddy, this guy Josh Barton, he's got the odds. I'm looking at them. Like, for example, how long will President Trump hold up the trophy on Sunday of the World Cup? He'll be there presenting, of course, with the corrupt guy from Italy.
Yeah, Infantino.
Disgrace to Italians. how many seconds, 6 seconds, over or under, will Trump hold that trophy before handing it off? I'm taking the over here.
Yes.
Trump could be holding up a half hour, that trophy, before
he's going to lift it up
happens.
like he won.
Yeah, exactly. We got all the other things, too, about who will touch it first, et cetera, et cetera. But we have Alante coming up, 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Nick Kale, keep cool.
I'm going to try.
It's going to feel like 110. Do not go out on the golf course.
Nope.
You're saying stay inside.
I am. I'm going to sit inside and play video games all day. Take a big nap.
And vacuum for St. Kristen. Help her out with
I did that
floors.
yesterday.
Oh, look at you.
I did.
a robot.
Vacuum. I Swiffered the hardwood floors.
Swiffer.
So
Nick Kale Swiffering. St.
right.
Kristen, can you hook us up with some video? Come on.
I'm like Robin Williams and Mrs. Doubtfire with the broom.
Just not the prosthesis.
No, just not the prosthesis.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Is life insurance still on your list from earlier this year? Now is the perfect time to just get it done. A buddy told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I added this to my list this year and got it done. I called SelectQuote and was shocked at how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $18 a month. My wife's also 40, and her $5,000 policy was only $16 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, no medical exam was required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Checking this off my list felt great, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-280-5858 for your free quote today. That's 1-800-280-5858. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-280-5858. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Have you looked at your roof lately? Dawn Stensland here. If not, don't wait until the fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues can quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through July 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's why I trust Chapman. They're a GAF Certified Plus contractor, which means they can offer enhanced warranty protection that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the best time to beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Call Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding today. Schedule your free consultation, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends July 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900. 800-738-9900.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time, and every Thursday, or most Thursdays, since City Council is off, Alante McCauley, though, is not. He's still out there. He's got his summer wear flip Philly red, if you're watching on YouTube today, with 100-degree heat. Alante, the tactics to win with City Hall, I saw something today that you'd be savvy to. This Gilmore Richardson, I think it is, right? Tweeting out, take advantage because of the storm. I'm not sure which storm. Uber is offering free rides to people. Mm-hmm. So Uber seems to have figured out how to joust here in Philadelphia and win. Yeah. So in the times you're in city council, they're a big corporation and all. How in the world did they win versus some of these other entities who just get taxed?
Their messaging was outstanding.
Mm-hmm.
Combating Mayor Sherelle Parker, because she was bouncing around between Uber, Lyft,
right.
Amazon, the hotel industry, and she was just bouncing anything she could. But they had people going to the city council meetings. They were sending out texts to their writers, to their workers, saying,
right.
show up to
right.
city council, go to the budget hearings and everything, and advocate for us and why it will be detrimental to even the drivers of Uber. And so they just wasn't going to lay down and just take it. They fought.
Alante, too, I saw another tweet, or there was a show you were on with this guy that claimed, and you didn't resent it, that you saw him or something speaking before city council, and he sees you as an even better version of what he did.
Okay,
yeah, in doing this. Where did you get the idea to just show up and speak at city council?
I kind of wanted to do this, for a couple years, but work wouldn't allow me to do it. And so, like I said, Chicago Flips Red, they were like the first to do that that I saw and go viral and do it at an effective level. We have people out in Delaware County that does it a lot. And so once a guy put me in that position to do that, I said, I'm going, whether it's with people or by myself, I'm going.
I just remember the first one. It seems like it's been years. It's so magical. So one of the things I follow you too on social media, you talk about prison. And Scared Straight was quite a hit with these guys with kids standing there, actual guys in prison. Mandani was watching the World Cup game with a guy who strangled his girlfriend, but the prison Rikers Island seemed to be kind of sanitized. What you talk about when you went to prison, you said one of the first things they asked you is, where do you want us to send the body?
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. So you got county prison, a county jail, then you got state prison, and you got the federal level. I've only been in county and I've been in state. And so when you're up there, like CF out there, like that's even more wild that I didn't even talk about in that tweet. They have 6 phones on a cell block, right? I'm gonna give you something, paint a picture for you. 6 phones on a block, and each phone is geographically assigned. So you have North Philly phone, the South Philly phone, West Philly phone, so forth and so forth. If you use the wrong phone, if you don't get permission to use a particular phone, if you're not from that neighborhood, you can possibly get stabbed. You can get assaulted if you get on the wrong phone in county jail. It's that crazy, that insane. So yes, I try to paint the picture of what it's really like, because you have people like I'm gonna give you an example. You had Mayor Sherelle Parker, who was just talking to, I think, Jake Tapper on CNN, whether it was this morning or whenever it was, about the exhibit down there at the president's house. And so when I talk about how I'm going to make this make sense, they always have us speaking about 200, 400 years ago with slavery, keeping us angry, keeping our people feel like we're oppressed, and it drives emotion in the Black community. And so when you're not teaching responsibility, accountability, things like that, you will end up in places like CFCF or Graterford Penitentiary, where they're asking you first question, now the jail is Phoenix. They shut that down and open up Phoenix. But they'll ask you, where do you want your body sent? Because they're letting you know you might not make it out of here. So when you have a Carmelo
How
Anthony,
did you feel? I mean, you had been through, we were talking before, you had fought, you had done all kinds of things.
Right.
Were you startled by that? Did that shock you? Where are we sending the body? Did that tell you the reality?
I kind of got that out my system in county, because it's a lot of younger kids in there, and they're wild, and and it's so you go and flip a switch quick.
Right.
So, I just was already ready for whatever when I went up there.
And taking showers, obviously, in your
Yes.
boxers. Oh,
Mhm.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to cook your food in trash bags.
Why do you have to cook your food in a trash bag?
You don't have an oven or a stove. You're not in the house, so you have to take extension cords. You have to. It's some people they're brilliant in there. The things that they just know
Right.
how to do, and they'll turn it. We call them stingers, and you end up making like a boiling pot out of like hand wash tubs. And you put that stinger in and you put water in there and you get a trash bag, you fill it up with 190-degree water, and it's a whole thing. And you can make all different type of things in there.
Well, to your point, these guys are brilliant in certain ways, and
brilliant.
yet they end up in jail maybe for life.
These are engineers and they're just natural. They didn't go to school for this stuff.
Right.
They just they know how to create ventilation. They know how to do all type of different things in there, and it's just it becomes their home. But still, it's literally hell on earth. And we just talk about prison, when you're not painting a picture, you don't really got a full scope of what it's really like in there. It's literally hell on earth. I wish that on no man. So, yeah.
We're talking with Alante McCauley, his weekly visit. Alante, we're thinking about you coming on today. Philadelphia Public Schools, complete failure, fraudulent enterprise. That's the first thing. They got an increase of $157 million.
Yes.
Can you imagine if they succeeded, what kind of bonuses we might give them? I see them as the core enterprise that is the most wrong with Philadelphia, even city council and everything else. Well, they're the enablers of it.
Right.
But that system, as long as that system is turning out kids in the manner that they are,
right.
Philadelphia's not going to change.
No, like you look at the literacy rate and you look at how these kids, can't read and can't do math. When you don't understand the laws that are coming down, you can't even read it. You don't even know what it looks like. You can't even comprehend it and understand what you're voting for. And you grow up as this. You got majority, they can't even turn out the vote. Majority of these kids don't grow up to vote. These people are happy with their socialist programs and things of that nature. They're happy with the violence, the food stamps, the music. It all ties hand in hand. So when you're producing that farm system of illiterate children, they can't speak proper English. They can't look you in the eye. They can't give you a firm handshake. They don't know how to open up the door for people. These are some of it's disgusting. And, it's exhausting because I don't care about what's going down there in the president's house. A 14-year-old kid just executed a pizza delivery driver in Philadelphia. Do you think Mayor Sherrell Parker gave a City of the Union address about that or whatever? Like what's going on?
No, that should have been all because the part he executed him, he lured him there too.
Yeah.
A phony address, only 14, seems to have done it by himself maybe too.
Yeah, maybe. We don't we don't know if he had accomplices or anything or any help, but this is a 14-year-old kid who either should be in the 8th grade or or going into freshman year, either or. And this is what the Philadelphia school system is producing. So I don't care about these slave exhibits or what happened 400 years ago. Rest in peace to the ancestors, but they don't teach nuance. They don't teach how to give, to explain that the world, not that it was okay, but slavery was a normal practice around the world. They don't teach that white conservatives, white America, they were the first to successfully abolish slavery. That George Washington put in his will that he wanted to free his slaves, that he wished for slavery to end. They don't express that part of it. It's just anger that they produce in illiterate children. I look at the state of Philadelphia. I look at the obesity rate because, we just feed our children processed food. And then you have young women walking around with clothes that cannot fit them. You got young men that's wearing sweatsuits in 100-degree weather. You got men right now that are in convenience stores playing the gambling machines right now, 50-year-old men. And that's what kids are looking up to. So this is what the Philadelphia school system is producing. This is what all this black representation is producing. I don't see white conservatives or MAGA or Republicans in charge of this system. So this is what pisses me off about, Mayor Sherrell Parker and this continuance of we're oppressed. We sign up for our oppression.
Over the summertime, you're on a lot of shows. You're doing a lot of stuff. What's the main thing right now? I know You tried to work with Stacey Garrity, et cetera, in that campaign. Is there a campaign, or is there some? You seem to be going to the suburbs for some of the stuff.
Yeah, because they do the great work. The grassroots out there are more organized. Excuse me. We don't have that here in Philadelphia. Like when I look at the Philadelphia Inquirer, they're talking about 5 seats that the socialists possibly can take for city council. They're not bringing up any possible GOP people for city council. So I go out to Chester County, I go out to Buck. That's how I got educated. That's how I know what I know now. You know, I had to go to Delaware County, I had to go to Montclair, I had to go to Chester County. So, you know, it's more of trying to build what they have here. I'm trying to do town halls and speak about world issues, you know, whether it's foreign, whether here it's domestic. I'm trying to have more high-level, intelligent conversations instead of this, you know, vote red. You know, just when you see people comment that it's just vote, people don't know, they don't care about that. You need to have a very nuanced, intelligent conversation about the issues, the tabletop issues, and learn how to give solutions on that.
I've seen an evolution from your first, and you probably say the same thing. You got up there, you had the courage to do that.
Right.
Then one time you talked about Cuba and city council doing the whole thing with Cuba. So it's you're really developing, tying all these things together. And today you said some things of how they do tie together.
Right.
I see people all the time, too, inside of, it's not Wawa, like Sunoco. There's one across the street on Bethlehem Pike, headed to Mount Airy, in that area. And these guys seem to be in there 2 to 4 hours, and they're in their 30s or 40s.
Yes.
Just playing video games.
Yeah. They're spending money. People spend thousands of dollars probably within a few months of time on lottery tickets. You got people playing the gambling machines in there. You know, this is what kids are looking up to. So I do try to bring big issues, tie it in down locally, because the left always makes everything about a racial situation or the racist. They don't like Cubans and this. So let me explain to you what communism is. Let me give you detailed situations, and this is what they're trying to bring here, you know, to America, you know, how they wanted to destroy the middle class.
Right. I'll give you a layup, too. The Working Families Party, but particularly, I don't even know if she's a member. She's beyond that. The woman from West Philly who could be the next
Jamie
mayor.
Gunthier.
Yeah, Gunthier is borderline communist.
Oh, she's there. Her,
She
Kendrick
thinks she's
Brooks,
there. Okay.
Nicholas O'Rourke, they're there.
Okay.
You know, these people are insane. So I try my best to go at them and, you know, do what I can.
Absolutely. Where do we find you, Olante, through the summer and through this mission?
Follow Flip Philly Red page, all of the pages. We're going to do a lot of town halls still, a lot of rallies. It's still more work to be done, even though you don't see me at City Council until September. But at Alante McCauley, ALLANTEMCAULEY, and that's across all platforms.
And you can get that Flip Philly Red apparel summertime edition
we're
today.
Coming. Yeah, we're gonna make sure we get the hoodies, the T-shirts out, the hats, everything.
Okay.
We're coming.
I got to get some soon.
Yes,
all right. So Alante with us again on Thursday, 855-839-1210. You can get a line coming up. More of your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
You know what's amazing to me, Don, is the national media. Anytime Philly's in the spotlight, it's just so lazy. Patch, Geno's, Boys to Men, the Rocky statue. Like, is that all we are? 4 tourist attractions and a washed-up R&B band from the mid-'90s? There's more to Philadelphia than that. And they just go for the low-hanging, hey, we once booed Santa Claus.
Embarrassing.
Haven't heard that 30,000 times? Way to go.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Cancer. If you've been diagnosed recently, it doesn't have to be as devastating as it may seem. Chances are you didn't just get cancer recently. What you need to do is visit the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Dr. Molly Fantasia, the PhD doctor and founder of Innovative Medical Associates, has helped hundreds over the years with her unique hydration protocols geared specifically to cancer support. The team is comprised of Dr. Molly Fantasia and her doctors, plus her outstanding nursing staff. With almost 30 years in practice, Innovative Medical Associates can help you navigate the journey through cancer and beyond. To set up your initial complimentary consultation, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505, 856-489-0505, or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Make that appointment, and you'll be on your way to treating cancer as only Innovative Medical Associates knows how.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd to the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Alante McCauley, always great stuff. I mean, it's amazing that he's just popped up all of a sudden here, and every time I talk with him, you can hear the evolution. He's taken it to another level. All right, we are looking for somebody, something, an association with cigarette smoking. I'm surprised I never asked that as a side. It just occurred to me by seeing this big piece, how we see more and more women, particularly, going back to smoking. Not necessarily constant smoking, but the glamour of it. There's something about it. Big write-up on it. With Krasner and Jim Jordan. We're hoping to get Jim Jordan on soon. I'm not sure if Rochelle Bilal will be called to testify. They may not know that. I'm going to really recommend that. That would be great theater. But you got to realize this, I'll tell Jordan that until we get him on. You're in the ring with Krasner. You got to come right out of the box. Any opportunity, pounce on it. Don't let up forever. Keep swinging. Because this guy has in his head, he's going to show them. I see his response to this in the Inquirer. There's subpoena now. You got to understand, he's under subpoena to appear. The argument is he's not going after people that are here illegally. And I'm going to try to impress upon Jordan. Let's watch what Larry Krasner does with this guy who, according to the Department of Justice, was here illegally in Roxborough with the phony, we can replace your siding. That siding's looking a little worn over there, and gets shot by the guy who was a Vietnam veteran. And the Department of Justice says he's part of this scammers group that even has a name as they tour the area of the country. What's Krasner doing with this? All he's doing so far is keeping this guy in jail. I don't know what the bail is or anything else. We don't get any reports. And it's only the Trump administration that unearthed and went after the fact that this guy is who he is, the one who was killed. You're not hearing that from the Inquirer and others. So there's a perfect case right in front of us. Of course, Krasner's in the tank on people that are here illegally. To be honest, with the Ben Salem thing, that's the thing that burns me up. I'm not condoning these people in Philadelphia sneaking into the Ben Salem district. I don't know what we have to do to hit them over the head to tell them fight with us for school choice. Are they living? Well, a lot of the local media doesn't want to talk about that. They have no idea of this. So they're reduced for their kids to say, no, we're not going to put up with these stinking Philadelphia public schools, which are rotten. That's my advanced master's degree analysis. Rotten. By and large, you get into these safe havens where all the politicians and others are, they might be okay. There's a few of them. But Ben Salem, I think, has a problem with English as a second language. They have to pay a whole lot to do that because of the population they draw. So we'll see if we get the mayor on that. Let's go to Joe in Columbus on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom. Well, I don't even know, where do I begin? I could probably use a little sad music because I was in love once, and she was in love with me, and she was a girl I pursued in high school. I went to public school. She was a Catholic school cheerleader. She was a smoker, but she was pretty. And my senior year, I transferred to that high school, and I pursued her. And we made a connection during our senior class trip. And the first time we kissed, game over. She stunk.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. I'm going to have to take issue with you here. I admire your savoir-faire usually, but I dated someone well before Roe who was a smoker also. And my standard is if the woman's attractive enough, guys are going to put up with a lot. Come on, Joe.
Nah, sorry, Tom. I thought I could change her. I thought I can get by it. There was no chance. And that first kiss stunk. I mean, it was horrible. The old expression, it was like kissing an ashtray.
Yes.
It was like kissing a whole tobacco store.
How many packs a day did she smoke?
Back then you could be in between classes, go out on the quad or the ramp leaning up to the school and smoke. So she was out there because I would hang out with her before we started dating, and she was out there between every class.
Oh,
wow. And I'm telling you, man, it was brutal. It was brutal. It took all the attraction out. It was done.
All right then, Joe. So that's your all right.
Smoker's breath.
Smoker's breath. Henry, are you with me? Come on, guys are going to put up with a lot of things if the woman's attractive.
No, I gotta side with Joe on this one. I do.
How about you, Kirk? What do you say?
That's disgusting.
I'm with you, Dom.
It depends on the level of attraction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Correct.
No.
Yes.
You really get dinged in my book.
All right.
Undraftable if you were a prospect coming out.
You're coming up in the era where it's less smoking. Now it's starting to come back. And you mean back in what Joe's talking about, there was a lot of smoking.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. It's just there's a line where it's like, oh my gosh, this is gross.
All right, 855-839-1210. You can hit us with that. Jump in. Also, the president tonight, what we're hearing here, what's coming out of this is essentially, I know what I wanted to, I'll get back to that. I wanted to talk about this thing. I kid about it all the time, that the Stocker test for producers had some hole. There wasn't enough testosterone testing in there. Well, Pete Hegseth yesterday announcing if you're over 30, they're going to test you with your permission. I think if you don't, it could be a negative for testosterone. And if you're low testosterone, then they're going to offer some remedy for that. Here is Jayapal. Now, Jayapal is one of the wilder. She's not a member of the crew. She's from Washington State. She jumps into the ring yesterday. Some of these lefties, she's talking about the fact what Hegseth in her mind is portraying, this is 12, is really gender-affirming care, cut 12.
Now, just an hour ago, the Secretary of Forever Wars, Pete Hegseth, said that they are going to provide hormone therapy for male service members who don't have enough testosterone. This, by the way, is gender affirming care. And by the way, male members of this committee, watch what you vote for. Do you really want the government getting into your business, taking your testosterone levels and determining whether or not you have enough testosterone? Are you male enough to be in Congress? That is the question. Now, to go from the absurd to the very, very, very serious. In the past year, 40% of transgender and non-binary young people seriously considered attempting suicide. Instead of shaming and targeting them for seeking the care they need, as Republicans constantly do, let us provide support to them.
All right, notice this, my God. They never end. They want to die on this hill. Now, do I think this is a worthy idea with the military? I'm in agreement with him with all the fitness stuff and all this, but out of the blue, the low testosterone stuff, has he been hanging around Bobby Kennedy a little bit too much here? RFK Jr. Are peptides involved? I don't even know what a peptide is, and I don't want to be anywhere near it. Plus, I'm a big side effects guy. I don't care what it is in life. I want to know, first of all, what is the side? I'm not even just talking drugs. There's an upside. I want to know what the downside is to anything. Like, beautiful woman, but a smoker, and you guys are already dumping her. I would need
I'm
more
not
investment.
dumping.
I know you're on my side, but
okay,
the other
yes.
two geniuses here, Joe starting this off and Henry going down the garden path here.
Right. Off the trap.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm seeing a lot of upside here, so I might put up with the downside. There's Listerine, there's all kinds of things. But this idea by Pete Hegseth out of the blue here starts to look kind of half-baked. But Jayapal saying, well, this is exactly what we're talking about. All it is gender-affirming care. Really? Again, I like the reshaping of the military, what Hegseth has done on any number of levels. But this seems to me to play into a lot of stuff that's kind of invasive. Because if you say, no, I don't want to be tested for it, you're not going to advance. Well, you ought to. I'm just wary of kind of therapy involving testosterone. I just see Frank Thomas. I can go and hit 70 home runs right now for, the company he comes on.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this guy going, get another guy here to put into this ad. I'm not seeing
Doug
this.
Flutie.
Yo, is it Doug Flutie now?
Yeah, yeah. I feel like he's the main proponent of it.
Oh,
well, obviously they go like, oh, there's Frank Thomas.
Right.
Oh, he's with Doug Flutie. And then they'll be like Andy Van Slyke or something, someone
Right.
random. Like,
Yeah, but Frank Thomas is not looking like any workout king to me. So
I just think they want a big strapping
Well,
guy.
right, yeah,
as long as he
true,
can show
yeah.
off the biceps, I
Yeah,
think everyone's going to be like, oh, he's still in shape.
Let's go to Greg in the Northeast. By the way, Morning Joe, you got to watch it. Dan Patrick, I'll summarize it. The guy in Texas going after Tellerico for low testosterone. It's fun to say that. You talk about an ad for low testosterone, it would be Tellerico, the guy running for the Senate. But Dan Patrick's got to, pump up a little bit here to be the guy to say this. That's why they're telling him he shouldn't represent Texas. Low testosterone, to put it mildly. Let's go to Greg in the Northeast. Greg on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Hey, Dom, before I get to my one thing, the Jayapal thing, gender-affirming care.
Yes.
That would be it would be an equal equation, if they were offering penile extensions to said men. You know what I mean? But they're not affirming anything.
That's true.
She's a left-wing loon that just has to bring everything back to that. I'm going to admit with you, Hegseth, he probably shouldn't have said that. That's kind of asinine if you ask me. But is there a little bit of truth? If he's taking a dig at men not being as tough as they should be, or to follow through a little physicality for men? Yes, which is a little.
Well, you know what?
We'll take it, though.
You know what it gets at, too? They want to tell us that the wars are just going to be push button and all the rest of that. And anybody knowledgeable, Alan West and everybody else we have on, Greg, it's never going to be that way. We're seeing it with Iran. We're bombing the hell out of them effectively, etc. But it still comes down to, in the end, to really dominate or have a conclusion that you need to have confrontation that's often physical, at least from some distance. That's what war is ultimately.
Sure, it is. It's like being on the street. Even if you're not the toughest looking person, if you look like you are, there's going to be less violence.
Right.
Because the thought of you, should I take a swing at this guy, or what am I going to do? Look at him; he's gigantic. You don't know if he's tough, if he knows how to throw hands, or he can block a punch. You don't know that. But you're not going to do it, right? You're certainly not going to do it. And back to Joe, a few callers back. Obviously, that girl wasn't hot enough for him, because I kept kissing her. She's hot.
I'm in agreement
Right?
with you. We'll put up with a lot.
What's that old saying? Everybody has a price. So, I mean, that's the way it goes. I'm sorry.
I think Joe needed some beer goggles there. That would have taken away the situation with the breath. Yes. Greg, what's your side?
Listen.
Yeah, go ahead.
The side is, before that, he could, there's Listerine, there's Tic Tacs back in the day. They've been around for 40 years.
Yeah.
So my side is idiotic, but it always makes me laugh when I see a cigarette, is Andrew Dice Clay flicking his lighter, throwing his arm around his head to smoke his cigarette, which is so moronic, but it still makes me laugh.
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, the cigarette's a prop. It's a prop. Any number of people have used it over the course of time, without a doubt. All right, it's 855-839-1210. You got a line. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all I need you to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you in. Hey, get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sales event. That's savings of up to 73% off. That's right, the season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas, crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant, 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online, res-q.com for up to 73% off. Do it right now.
Look who has extra pep in their step.
Well, I just finished my to-do list. Gas tank is full, tonight's dinner plans are set, grocery shopping is complete, and I even got everything for those barbecues and pool parties we have planned. You know what's even better?
What?
Every one of those stops gets me a bit of money back.
How are you doing that?
By using Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app where I earn cash back on gas, groceries, and dining out. They even gave me a cashback bonus on my first grocery trip.
So that extra pep comes from all that cash back. Looks like I need to download Upside.
You really do.
Earn cash back on errands and everyday essentials. Download Upside and use promo code TUNEIN5 to earn an extra $5 cash back on your first purchase at one of over 100,000 available locations. That's promo code TUNEIN5 for an extra $5 cash back. Remember, use promo code TUNEIN5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Hi, I'm Connie Urkel, and I'm here with my husband, Guy. We're excited to be here and tell you our great success with Crash Proof.
It feels great knowing that I hear other people talking about, oh, the market's going down, I lost this much money, and they're all fretting over it, and we don't have that fret at all. We are very comfortable knowing that the interest that we've made, we're not going to lose it. It's just going to compound and create more money as we move forward.
This year, one of our vehicles brought in over 18%, and they weren't charging us fees to do this. Even when the market crashes or goes down, we're not anxious about what is going on around us politically and globally.
I encourage you to get involved, give them a call, and set up a meeting. Not that I want to wish my life away, but I'm looking forward to next March to see how much more money we made.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Poor air quality continues through the afternoon with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. We'll have hazy sunshine. It'll be hot and humid with a high around 95. For tonight, smoke continues with a low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Friday with smoky conditions, not as humid, with a high near 90.
At the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on select new models, like the Tucson and Santa Fe. Going on now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester, and PiazzaHyundai.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Great to be with you. And tomorrow, after the president's speech tonight, there will be a lot of fodder, kind of previewing that a little bit. So yesterday, we played you a new Democrat moron extraordinaire. Doesn't get fired up enough to be progressive women gone wild. It's dumb Democrats gone wild. Gwen Moore, her name is. We played her yesterday saying, hey, think about it. You have more of a chance to be killed by an American than by somebody here illegally. And we talked about breaking it down, yeah, but it should be 0% to be killed by someone here illegally. Here's Gwen Moore saying she doesn't understand why Democrats do not embrace and say they are socialists. Cut 19.
Regulating industries so that they don't dump poison into the water and the air. They want to call that socialist. To try to have alternative energy sources and to diminish our fossil fuel imprint. They call that socialist. So I think that Democrats have got to stop being shy about that term.
All right, so don't be shy about it. Embrace it. Now, in Colorado, we have the governor who is a progressive, Polis, but he's the one that accepted big, beautiful bill money for school choice, duking it out with people there and saying, no, I care deeply about our state. I don't want the socialists to destroy it. Here we finally have, if this guy runs for president on their side, we have somebody occupying a lane where he's actually calling them out and willing to fight it out a bit. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. One other thing, this at the federal level is something I certainly support. This is President Trump talking about a massive plan yesterday to reduce, and Josh Shapiro is part of this, illegal aliens, many of whom can't speak the language, driving massive trucks and murdering Americans and state troopers. Here's what Trump said his administration is trying to do with that CDL license.
The administration will soon take historic action to get illegal alien truck drivers who are just killing a lot of people. They can't read signs. Many of them are on drugs or alcohol, and they shouldn't be driving these things, and they're They came in totally illegally, and we don't want them, but they are driving all over American roadways, and we're going to replace them with proud American veterans who are going to take our veterans, who are going to make them, we're going to teach them a lot about driving trucks, and in many cases they know. We're going to say any American who's driven a heavy truck for our military will automatically be eligible for a commercial driver's license. So we're going to get them taken care of.
All right, so here's the premise. He kind of buried it at the end. You drove a truck, a heavy truck, for the military of some sort. Automatically, then, you get the license. Can the federal government do that? Let's get it on. Why not? And the criticism today is, yeah, well, what makes you think these veterans want to drive a truck? In other words, here we go again. We need illegal immigrants who can't speak English to be killing us with trucks because Americans won't do those jobs. Now, I don't think it's an easy job, even with being more in demand today. But is that another job, truck driving? We got a lot of truck drivers that listen to talk radio that Americans won't do. That seems to be the argument against this with Trump. Now, let's see if he follows through and if the administration actually does this. 855-839-1210. I see the president next Wednesday is going to be in Georgia, Marietta, Georgia. So I think tonight some of this speech not only is going to be about China trying to disrupt our elections, but it's going to be about the Georgia elections. And look, looking back on 2020, there were suspect things there. Here's a question I'm asking you, and I see a lot of people on Twitter agreeing with me. Really, this is where we're going at this point. What's the upside of this? Is this really going to get Senate Republicans to pass the Save America Act? In other words, after tonight, are people going to erupt when the president says, apparently he's going to say there's 100,000 illegal aliens, or in 2024 or 2020, they were on the voter rolls. We're already pressing on that. What the president should be doing is he's got to get these people that are gaga over Trump but don't vote. He's got to help us get them over the finish line. If we do that, we're going to win. We're not going to win by talking about 2020. And again, Trump knows this. You know it. Is this going to push these Republicans in the Senate to do the right thing, to vote, to have the Save America Act? No. What's going to work with them is something that they either want or don't want, like Tillis and all these other clowns that are leaving, whatever. What's the point of pressure with them individually? What do we have to threaten them with legally? You know what I mean? You don't want this, or that they want. It's like Abraham Lincoln getting the 13th Amendment passed. What is it that you have to do with each one of them individually? I don't think they're going to react to this tonight, and there's going to be a groundswell. I just think it's going to harden more Trump voters to say the system's rigged, I'm not going to vote. This is life and death at this point. This is the fourth quarter. We've called timeout here. All right, maybe not the last 2 minutes. We're about 7 or 8 minutes left, and I'm looking out there, and I see a win. And then I see people, I don't think I want to go out on the court. You have to play with 2 or 3 people. That's what I'm seeing here. All right? Oh, yeah? Well, how would you like it, if this happened, if that happened? 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. So I'll watch this tonight. We'll have full coverage tomorrow. It's a major from the Oval Office type of deal, evidence about China, CIA, and all that. Does that advance the ball? That's all that matters here. All this other stuff doesn't matter. After the election's over, you still want to go back and relitigate that? Knock yourself out. That nothing's going to change between now and election time that I can see with the Senate, other than what I suggested. Individual pressure on them. Are they insulated from that? So many are retiring, we're defeated, whatever. Little bit unclear. John Thune's a key thing, though. Scott Presler's got the right approach. He's not talking about China. He's gone to South Dakota and confronting John Thune and trying to primary him, trying to get him to move. Is talking about China going to get this John Thune guy to do it? No. I'm not sure what it is it would do. I'm not inside that. But whatever it is, that's what I would be doing. All right, let's go to Phil in Delaware. Phil's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon and happy Hanukkah to you guys.
Well, thank you, Phil.
Before I get into my choice for today, I'm on the road every day for at least 10 hours in turnpikes and everything. And I can tell you, majority of the truck drivers are American. But all it takes is a few illegals that can't read signs or typically drink and kill people. And, it's easier to say, well, look at how many Americans kill Americans. Doesn't matter. If they weren't in this country, they could not have killed that family.
Exactly right. I mean, some of these maniacs, it's a wonder that they are the Uzbekistan guy and this Stan guy and all, Phil. So, yeah, I think Americans will take these jobs, and if veterans can get placed in them over these people, that's a good benefit.
And as far as their pay, it's not demeaning. It's a hell of a good paying job.
How much would you say a full-time truck driver, Phil, ballpark? What are they making?
If I had to take an insane guess, probably about $150,000, because some companies will say, well, it's, 3 weeks at a time on the road. Some will say,
right,
you'll be home every night. Some will say $1 a mile. So it varies, but it's not like working like that one legislator said, well, illegals or Mexicans are better at lawn care. Crap. No. You try and drive a truck with 16 gears. It ain't easy, but it'll pay well. And if we don't let them in the country, they can't kill someone. So it's pretty simple.
Exactly, Phil.
Next thing,
what's your side?
Well, I was going to say, I wasn't going to bring Alante up, but of course, Thursday's his day. Magically, my city council all of a sudden put the public comments first before any agenda items because they know I follow the agenda, and I've missed 2 council public comments, and their response to my FOIA request, the council president can do what she wants and change the order at a whim.
Gotcha. Well, nice work by you there, Phil. We'll continue to see that. What's your side today?
And I was going to say I did reach out to Alante, but he hasn't got back to me yet.
All right.
My side is I agree with Joe. Kissing a girl, I don't care how hot she is, it's like kissing an ashtray. And I couldn't get myself to do it. So my side is when I go bowling, which was usually twice a week, and I come home, my hot girlfriend would not let me in the house until I stripped in the laundry room.
Hey now
it could have been her. It could have been her ploy to get me naked. And
doubtful on this whole thing. You guys are living in a fantasy world. The hotness of a woman determines almost everything.
Absolutely.
And just rejecting. No, it doesn't matter. Henry, I'm looking at him. Joe of Columbus, you set off this.
No, it's like Ben Simmons, like being like, acting like he's the smartest guy in the room or something like that, where he's like, I don't need to shoot. I don't need to do that.
Do you want to take the next?
You're crossing it off. I'm crossing it off my draft board.
I'm just thinking of Nikki on Seinfeld and George Costanza. They're like 90-pound gorillas. The attractive woman, they do what they want.
Do you see Do you see Jenny on the board?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's coming up. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. All right. That's her side answer.
Yes.
If it were, yeah. You know what?
Yep.
Mike Raffredo, may he rest in peace, the mayor of South Philly. I was at DB then. Promised me Sophia Loren in studio, and he passed away right before this allegedly. Imagine Sophia Loren sitting in studio.
She has some strong comments about that, about all the debate that's going on right now.
All right, we'll get to that.
Yep.
And the president's speech tonight, your reaction, I'm telling you where this is going. I don't see the upside to it, but we'll see the full coverage of it. What evidence are they going to present? Is that going to get senators to move on this? What's going to get them to move is what always forces them to move. Some kind of leverage on each and every one of them. If there's none, well, then go after Thune. Put everything on Thune that he's got to do something. 855. Then if you have to say, hey, Mitch McConnell is incompetent, go on him. He can't vote. Let's get somebody else in there. Whatever it takes if you really want the Save America Act. Talking about the Chinese is not going to do it. 855-839-1210.
Saw a t-shirt recently that said too much of anything is bad, unless we're talking about bacon. Now, we can debate that all day long, right? But the point is, portion control is a good thing. That can also be said about your retirement accounts. Too much risk, and you could get burned by a down market. Too conservative, and maybe you can't take that Alaskan cruise. Alan Cohen at Spectrum Wealth Partners understands portion control. He can build a retirement plan with a level of protection and risk designed specifically for you. And if you don't want any risk at all, he can do that too. Call Alan Cohen today for a free meeting to discuss it. 856-322-8686. That's 856-322-8686. Or online at SpectrumWP.com.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Larry the K, and we'll have it tomorrow at 4:15 today. Dodging me, so I can't bring it to you live. Larry the K will be cleaning his glasses, making women in walkers stand next to him like he's a dictator in Cuba on that paper or whatever they stand on there at the DA's office, responding to Jim Jordan. This is going to be great theater because he's subpoenaed now over this immigration stuff, meaning he's got to show up in Washington. I would predict it'd probably be sometime in August that we have this shootout. All right. But remember, with this guy, give no quarter. Pounce on it instantly. Do not allow him to dictate. He's going to try to bring up, oh, there were legal errors in the document he got, showing you're morons and all this stuff. Jenny is in Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jenny.
Yeah, hi, Don.
Hi.
I'm wondering how many men would turn down Sophia Loren. Back in the day, she was the hottest thing going. But she would smoke in public. She didn't care.
Well, Henry's raising his hand in here, I think. He says, who's she? But beside that.
Yeah,
wait a minute. Do I detect a little cigarette laugh there, Jenny?
Yeah.
You're right, though. Sophia Loren sitting in studio here and says, I want to kiss you, Henry. Well, that's
turning
the
French.
Cheek. She's turning.
Yeah,
he's a cheek kiss. That's all Sophia Loren's getting.
Full lips for
Back
me.
in the day, when she was the hottest thing going, he wouldn't turn it down.
I don't know.
Nobody would.
Thank you, Jenny. Oh. Yeah, Sophia Loren. I don't know who we'd compare to. There is no comparison. She's, Marilyn
She's a hottie, I'm not gonna
Monroe,
lie.
Elizabeth Taylor, people that, they're mythical too. It's older, but
mythical.
855-839-12. Joe of Columbus. He's joining the Linda
He
Kearns
started
Brigade.
this.
They're attacking Jenny. They won't kiss Sophia Loren.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor is the good guy. The world's spinning upside down here in this whole thing. I know we'll land upon another one at some point. All right, we have great prize again today. That tickets, Chicago and Styx both, July 21st at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Henry will cook something up around 2:13. We'll have that. Here's how you get in, though. The only disappointment I have today, Henry, what's the update with this parallel parking guy? Doesn't he realize
Oh,
the
he's
major...
coming on Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Yeah,
oh,
tomorrow.
give me tomorrow. Yeah, okay. I'll forgive him then. Because I
forgot to update you on that. That's on me. Yeah.
Thank you. I love the idea, but I don't like the rules here. They're too tame. We're going to have to help him set the rules up. He says, yeah, there ought to be a hostile crowd around you, but he's doing it in an Acme parking lot. Yeah, that's not good enough.
I need it between a Rolls Royce and a Beamer.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
like that.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Well, I think out here, and we'll have, like those desperados coming downhill on e-bikes right on the side of
that too, yeah.
as you're trying to park. Yeah. And guy told me yesterday, we have a sign that says press zone only. He said, I'm not from around here. I don't know what that means. What the heck? Did you get in today? Did you park?
I walked in the smoke.
I think there was, I noticed it only on the drive. The smoke was real there today. What a day to do cigarette smoking. Yeah, blame the Canadians again every year. All right, so the return of smoking, we're looking for an all-time connection to that person, place, or thing. We have Victoria Coates probably tomorrow and the parallel parking guy doing parallel parking contest in South Philly. Really, I think we could talk the city fathers into this, right? It ought to be on Broad Street. That's where you ought to be able to park, right in the middle of Broad Street. It's all these out-of-towners. Why do you park on Broad Street? Because we feel like, that's why. Move on to another city. You got a woman over at the Inquirer attacking the Rocky statue. DJ has us going to the art museum last night. I think there's like 200 exhibits around Rocky and the whole history of Rocky. So I will come back marinated in Rocky for Monday. And parking on Broad Street? Yes, it's South Philly. There's no room to park. What are you going to do? Big 2 o'clock hour. That's what we're going to do. 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guide it today to take advantage of these limited-time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square. Your wedding band should last a lifetime, so why settle? We're family owned and design every piece ourselves. When you work with us, you're getting quality jewelry crafted with care, and you're working direct with the designer, me. Step up to the fifth seat and get a wedding band you'll treasure forever at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. This is kind of surprising. I'm looking some numbers in from the Home Run Derby. Netflix earned smallest Home Run Derby audience since 2003. And Philadelphia certainly gave them enough. It was electric. The guy who got the home run ball, the winning ball, threw it back. That just come out in the last 24 hours.
Oh, that's awesome.
Which is, yeah, I love that. It drew just 5.3 million viewers on Netflix, marking the least watched edition of the event since 2003, when the Derby earned 5.2 million on ESPN. The audience for Jordan Walker's win declined by 7% versus Cal Raleigh's triumph last year, which aired on both ESPN and ESPN2. Notably, Netflix audience on Monday wasn't too far off the 2024 Home Run Derby. So, again, Major League Baseball misses a great opportunity to market its product. It was electric here. It was unbelievable. Anybody watching that liked baseball in the past and maybe I'm tired of baseball, might be re-energized by it. But if they have to watch on Netflix and they don't have Netflix, which I'm still unclear how many people do. I thought it was more widespread. Well, then you're not going to get the viewer.
I just think it's more like I didn't even know it was on Netflix until maybe I don't even know, 2 hours before the event.
Right.
I didn't see any sort of advertising to let me know, hey, it's going to be on Netflix this year. We got the rights. It seems like they assume people just know that it's going to be on Netflix. After being on ESPN for however many years.
Well,
it's on Netflix this time.
If we were on ESPN and people turned in, I think they'd be pretty riveted to it. If not, then baseball's got no shot.
Right,
You could not have an atmosphere that was more electric than that, just from the openers coming in.
Yeah, they just need to advertise better. I mean, it's like a movie. Like when no one shows up to see, say, the Supergirl movie. It's because frankly, I didn't see any commercials indicating that it was coming out in theaters anytime soon. And it's the same thing with this. Netflix did no work, putting a commercial on regular TV. Because if you have Netflix, chances are you don't have ads on Netflix either. So you're not seeing the ad for the Home Run Derby on Netflix, even on Netflix.
All true. Again,
got to raise awareness. That's all.
They're never going to come back against the NFL. It's not even a race. I mean, I don't know what can strike any parity with the NFL as America's game, and even something where they're handed this gift of Philadelphia, perfectly calibrated audience with the booing and the cheering when a ball came up short on the other guy. 2 Phillies in there. I blame Will Ferrell. I saw Will Ferrell this morning, and I was riveted to watch. He was on Good Morning America, and apparently he's pals with George Stephanopoulos, and the two of them were putting. It was the most ghastly, least comedic, just awful. But, they got the rights, they bought the rights, and all that. That's all that Major League Baseball, in big picture, aside from just the, love of sports. Republicans, Trump makes some noises, then they don't fully get into this. People are sick of having to go all over the place to see anything. NFL football is the one I'm talking about. Maybe they'll put up with it because it's NFL football after all. They have to drill down on that. We think the FCC is really going to push back because of The View and the problems with The View, even involving licensure. I mean, that is a big deal there if that happens. They're making noises around that. All right, so a little preview of tonight. From what I can tell from sources and people, and we'll be geared up for this tomorrow, President's speech tonight, primetime, Oval Office, all good, is going to talk about some CIA report that was withheld, 2020 election, China fooling around with stuff. And also, I've seen in some reports, 100,000 people that are here illegally on voter rolls. Now, that's where Presler and others come in. Linda Kern's trying to clean these up. But as far as the Save America Act being passed, the only thing that's going to work with these guys and women in the Senate is what the point of leverage is. They are not going to respond. John Thune, these people are just despicable. Thune is only going to respond if there's pressure towards something he wants, like re-election, continuing to be majority leader, something of that nature. Can we tag Mitch McConnell out of it? I mean, these are the hardball politics you got to play if we're going to get the Save America Act. Doing this is not going to do it. My fear is it will take that low propensity Trump voter and make them not want to vote. And the idea that the midterms are not winnable is just not true. There's several home court advantages that have happened, and Mike Johnson is finding his voice every day. I played you RNC Research. They're on this too. They put out today on Twitter. It's getting a lot of likes and looks. How to spot a commie. It's the way to go. People are outraged. I told you Governor Polis in Colorado, who is a progressive, is pushing back against the socialist representatives who are attacking him. I think he's going to run for president. He took the big, beautiful bill money. He says you can have profits in the healthcare industry and universal healthcare, and they're on the attack. So you are seeing voices raise the issue of what we're facing on the other side, big time. But this is not helping tonight. President's got to focus. It's Trump being Trump. Yeah, well, I'd rather have Trump focus on getting over the finish line here. Magically, I mean, I'm going back and forth of asking Greg Henry. Rose on board. I'd like to go to the midterm convention in Dallas. I think we'd get some big guests. If I get Mike Johnson on and get him to scream, "They're commies!" right there, it's worth the trip flying there. Mike all ruffled up. Bang! Those commies are within the wall. Say it, Mike.
Don't even need the rest of the interview. Just that sound
That's it. I'm
right.
going home. Good night, everybody. George Costanza. But is it worth it when I see efforts like tonight? This is like a nostalgia tour. We know of some of the difficulties right here in Pennsylvania in 2020. I was on with Rich. They stopped the counting. Remember that, how suspicious it is? Then the mail-in ballots rolled. And we know the whole thing. Is this going to help us this time to get over the finish line? By the way, everyone except for little Brendan Boyle of the Congresspeople, Democrat Congresspeople from Pennsylvania voted against any more aid to Israel. The Dean of Decency, Mary Gay Scanlon, the Houlihan. And I wonder if these people out in the suburbs have suddenly just lost their minds even more. Do they support that? Do they not realize the enemies that are there? And I believe in this alliance between Islam and the far left. So are the suburbs now anti-Israel? Is that one of the things you have to be? Boyle, who is in Northeast Philadelphia, is the only one, because I think he's afraid where he is, that might not fly. So every single Democrat in Pennsylvania went to block aid to Israel in the middle of all this. Netanyahu, is that radioactive? All righty, let me go to Michael in Wilmington to start off here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael.
Hey, Dom, how are you, my good sir? It's good to talk with you again.
Yeah, my good sir. Yes, I am very well. I can steal that catchphrase. That guy never said it. He never did the good sir thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was telling Kirk, Robert of Ben Salem seems to like that saying too.
I would tell you, I'll put you on hold afterward. Register it with Kirk so that you get a fee every time Robert of Ben Salem tries to use it.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds good. I'll definitely do that. But hey, Dom, just thinking of tonight's speech, maybe just to add, just curious your opinion. I hope that Trump doesn't take the whole primetime hour to talk about the election potentially interference. Although I do think it's important that it's somewhat of vindication for him and a lot of people, because he was so raked over the coals for saying it was stolen. And, going on and on to the point even where I got tired of hearing about it. And if you have a rogue agency like the CIA basically hiding information that they had that they could have released to at least the American people to say, hey, there was definitely interference from a foreign body. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's vindication, and maybe it is somewhat of the spark that gets people at least motivated to say we have to have fair elections, where maybe Trump says we're going to have military presence in all 50 states at election centers to make sure there's no shenanigans with any voting. Maybe there's a military thing he puts in place tonight, possibly.
I don't think that's the idea of I'll tell you what he's going to produce. My sense is he's going to say the CIA had this and they speculated that China was trying to interfere with the election. We know that. That's what they do in Russia, too. I am amazed if he's held on to it this long, Michael, evidence of exactly what they did with voting machines, and watch the Maduro part of this. The 100,000 people illegally that were here illegally that were on the voter rolls in 2020, that's the worthy area to go down, I think.
It is, but remember, Dom, oh God, I forgot his name escapes me, the gentleman you've had on, Dinesh D'Souza, who produced the 10,000 mule video. It seemed like that never got any traction. That kind of came out. It was big at first, and then it kind of just died down. And maybe tonight there is something really that truly is something that everyone can at least see that there was interference. I don't know to what extent, but I mean, Trump's making it sound like it's a huge deal, and I'm very interested to hear. I just hope he doesn't not harp on it, but stay on that topic for the entire time he's on the national TV with the American people.
My point is, the goal is, the way to win on this is to get the Save America Act. The only way you're going to get that from these senators, the only thing they know is hardball. What is it they don't want in their life or their families or whatever? What is it they do want? Leverage every single one of them. That's how Lincoln, hopefully you've seen the film, got the 13th Amendment passed. It wasn't all pie in the sky. It was, hey, I'll make it ahead of the port. Or, your brother might go back to jail. That kind of stuff. That's what he did.
Right, exactly. And it may come down to that. So it's definitely going to be very interesting to see what's talked about. So getting to my side, Dom, small piggyback of some of the themes I've been going on today. But the first thing I thought of when I think of cigarettes, and I see when I was growing up seeing someone smile or talk to me who's spoken, was the terrible yellow teeth. Anytime they'd flash a smile and the yellow teeth would come out, I'd be like, oh man, that poor person, man or woman, was just chain smoking. And that to me, like Robert was saying, that's a total deal breaker for me. Not just the breath, but you have the yellow teeth.
Wait a minute.
I don't care how
Wait
hot
a
you
minute.
are.
Marilyn Monroe, Sophia Loren, both of them are sitting there. Both of them have yellow teeth. And Michael Wilmington is saying, see ya, I'm out of here.
Well, hold on. So Marilyn Monroe, I'll make an exception, Dom. Okay, you got me. I'll make an exception. Marilyn Monroe.
Thank you, Michael. All right, Henry, pop quiz. Who is the most sexually desirable, hottest woman alive right now in your view?
Oh, man.
I can't even think of any. It's so divided. It's like anything else where there's a narrowing. There's not a big 3 or 4. It's like 100.
Yeah, I know. This could go any which way.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dua Lipa?
Dua Lipa, yeah?
That's the first one that came to mind.
So she's got yellow teeth. You're saying that's it. I don't care if all the other stuff.
Yeah, you're not taking care of yourself.
Oh, my God.
Well,
okay.
it's well known Marilyn was a slob. I wouldn't kiss her either.
Oh, God. I have to get the guy on that played in The Sopranos, that played Ralphie, who apparently, when he was young, I think it was
Joey
Ralphie.
Pants.
Yeah, was involved with her when he was 19 or 20.
Yeah, that's
I have a connection on that. You'd be surprised. I think I could get him on tomorrow if I wanted to.
Oh, all right.
To say to Marilyn Monroe, was she a slop? Henry would like to tell you that. He wouldn't have been involved with her. There we go.
Good
DiMaggio will tell you.
Joe DiMaggio. Right? All right. 855-839-1210. You get on board. 855-839-1210. Oh, my God. The other side is attacking a 1958 refrigerator on a capitalist debate. I got to get more details on this. I'm watching this as it plays.
I might be on the side of the
commies. Yeah.
I know
What is their complaint about the 1958?
Basically, we just make stuff to make it. We don't make it to last. We make it so you have
Planned
to buy another one in a
obsolescence?
few years.
Well, yeah, I think that's been I don't know.
Like I see it a lot on like my TikTok where people have their old fridge, their old stove they use, and it's just the features that have are just a lot better than what we have today. And this is coming from like the 50s. It's crazy how much we've kind of devolved in home appliances.
That is true.
I
He's
think
not very
there's
true.
a lot of
he's right.
Cars might look. There is more. It's kind of like baseball pitchers. How did guys used to throw 99 pitches for 9 innings and all that? And these guys today, well, they're throwing harder or something. I think they'd give you a counter that there is some feature to this better than the durability part.
I mean, the ice maker, that's maybe the only one, but otherwise, I really don't see too much going in today's fridge favor. I really don't.
I have to think my argument on that. But it's 855-839-1210. All right, 1958 refrigerators. This is a Gen Z reporter. Rips. Oh, she's going after the anti-capitalists.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And she's making a point about the appliances of today versus the appliances of the 50s, I guess.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. All right. And Henry's on the...
I'm on the 50s side.
And he's not kissing this woman either. Looks like there's bad breath there, maybe.
Yes.
Yes. Too many cigarettes. All right. Right now, though, I don't know if there'll be a cigarette angle, but it is time for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
All right, today we are playing for a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx July 21st, 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
Dom, today, side question, we're asking for people or things you associate with smoking cigarettes, and that's what I'm going to give you today. I'm going to give you an actor singing, who is famous for smoking both on and off the screen. Both on and off the screen, he does smoke cigarettes, cigars, and weed. So this guy, I mean, he might have quit some of them at this point, but...
What, no vaping?
Yeah, no. Well, you might have to ask him if we ever get him on, but... this guy, loves the big three of smoking right there. Has quit cigarettes in more recent years, but definitely still loves a cigar. Definitely most well known for smoking his cigars. Smokes them in his movies, like I said, and some other things about him. This actor has no agent, so he doesn't give out any commissions to any sort of people. He takes all the money from his roles himself. He he once took a CGI role thinking it was written by the Coen brothers because he thought it was written by the Coen brothers. It was not. It ended up being a flop, and it was a very famous flop. And he's also a very famous sports fan, so much so that he raised a coach. One of his sons is now a college basketball coach, a head college basketball coach at a very prominent university. So I want to know the name of this smoker who is an actor singing Smoke on the Water from a 2015 movie that he was in. Want to know who this actor is. Want to know who this actor who smokes both on and off screen.
Gets worse every day. Yes. All right. Hit us at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. And you are off to see Chicago and Styx here on Talk Radio 1210.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget, because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep, nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United. Join WPHT and Nick Hale in supporting the 39th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour, Sunday, July 26th. Ride 10, 30 miles, or 65 miles, or just make a donation. Visit bendtoshore.org and enter code NICK1210 to get $25 off the registration fee. That's shore.org, promo code NICK1210. The Bend to Shore Bike Tour provides financial relief for the families of fallen and critically injured first responders and is organized by Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Here's something you don't hear every day. Employee pricing for everyone. For a limited time only this July, Closet Factory Philadelphia is opening its employee pricing event to everyone. That means incredible savings on custom closets, garages, pantries, home offices, and more. If you've been waiting to organize your home, now's the time. Employee pricing is available this July for a limited time only. Book your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right. Well, Henry, stump anybody here, bad breath or not. We'll find out. Let's hear the clue.
Want to know this smoker with a sports-loving son?
Let's go to Sal and Skip Pack on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Sal, who is covering this song?
Hey, Dom, I feel pretty confident to say that is Bill Murray.
Nicely done.
All right, I can hear that a little bit there. Nicely played. Bill Murray is on a movie set. I think there would be a lot of apprehension given some of the charges, some of the stuff in the last few years with him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the man loves his smoke, arrested for trying to move 9 pounds of weed in the 70s. You know, Chevy chasing him, smoked on the set of Caddyshack. He's smoking a cigar all the time in Scrooge. The guy smoked cigarettes in Groundhog Day, and yeah.
I find Bill Murray to be funny.
Oh, yeah.
Will
totally.
Ferrell, not funny.
Yeah,
I think they're relatively
it's funny how Bill
contemporary.
Murray's aged better than Will Ferrell.
Yeah, they're relatively contemporary, I think. Yeah. All right, so Sal is the winner. Nicely played, Sal. You got a pair of tickets to see Chicago and Styx July 21st, 2026 at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, so we have the big speech tonight around election integrity. I'm not sure what else. There's going to be a Georgia theme to it. We saw some of the stuff that went on there and the back and forth, the vote counting in 2020. That was arguably the worst. Is this just going back in time, or is it really going to advance people wanting the Save America Act? I don't see we're going to make the connection successfully to pressure these senators into doing that. And I see the danger. We're going to see what evidence does Trump have of this from the CIA and anything else. I think the bigger area is something that's plausible. We have pretty good evidence on. I've been texting Scott Presler. I'm not sure if he's flying or not. Come on tomorrow. About the number of people here illegally in 2020 that were on the voter rolls. How is that knowable? Scott's trying to prove some of that. We know that some of it's there. The president apparently is going to talk about 100,000 or so. All right. It'll be a lot to unpack with that, but I don't see this pointing toward the goal of winning the midterms. I think the Trump people are wanting the president to start to do any number of these prime time things and to get in the mode of doing that. That might be a good thing. I think most of the media, as far as I know, what they're going to do, a lot of them are going to show it, and then they're going to cut off in the middle of it. And they might even, here's something to watch for, say, yep, this is election denialism. We're not going to show this. This has already been proven. You know how they like to draw climate denialism. We're in denial of everything on one side, but they can't even tell us what a woman is. And they continue. We played you this yesterday, just when Henry put together this, with a lot of, putting together with this sound. I played you one of these yesterday, Henry. This will be cut 5. I think it's in context. We played you this Congresswoman Mary Miller, who was very effective, just trying to talk to these deans of various big medical schools. Why in the world can't you just tell people that the only people that can get pregnant are not pregnant people, it's pregnant women, a biological woman? I played you the first one. Here's the second go-round. Which one would you prefer, Henry? You went putting these in the C or the B? You remember? Yeah.
Let's just start at B and maybe let it play through.
All right. Here is Dr. Hawgood trying to explain himself.
The UCSF guide I mentioned earlier also advises using a child's self-reported gender identity even if it conflicts with the parent's wishes. Say a 7-year-old boy comes into your doctor's office and reveals he believes he's a girl. Is UCSF advising physicians to explicitly violate parents' moral values and have the doctors address this boy as a girl?
Our programs are consistent with federal and state law. We undertake comprehensive psychological and mental health evaluations and work with the parents on these issues.
Okay, and I hope that you are consistent with the law because, like I say, we have the right to withhold funding from any institution in violation. Lastly, Dr. Dubonnet, a required course at UCLA Medical School, advises OBGYN students not to, and I quote, assume gender identity. Okay, from another class in May of 2026, it included a disclaimer that while it uses the term she and women, it does not intend to exclude, and I quote, those who have a uterus but do not identify with these terms. What does that even mean?
I'm not familiar with that announcement. I'd have to read the entire thing.
Okay, I hope that you go back and check it out. Can someone have a uterus but not be a woman? Because it seems like your school is promoting that ridiculous idea.
I think, again, as Dr. Hawgood has described, we're treating transgender people, but we're doing that in compliance with state and federal law.
And you do teach biology?
Yes, we do.
Yes, this is curious. So I'm going to ask you again, can someone have a uterus and not be a woman? Just say yes or no. Can they?
Again, I would
need to. That's what your medical school is promoting.
The gentlelady's time
Mr. Chairman, it's clear these medical schools are hiding DEI curriculum under the guise of medical access.
Gentlelady's time has expired.
Is that it? That's the totality of
That's the whole
thing.
thing.
Okay, yeah. So once again, we're complying with federal law. They won't answer the question, and yet the key word coming out of tonight will be, I could see CNN right away, the headline, denialism. We're back to the denialism. And every Republican will have to answer, to Biden win, the whole thing. That's going to be the upshot of tonight. And yet we have people constantly that refuse to answer the woman question, Supreme Court justice, up and down the line, and continue the fiction of gender identity or whatever you choose to be that day, and males and female sports. And on we go. Watch for that to be the word tomorrow. So I don't have the particulars. I'm just giving you what I am hearing from sources that the president's going to talk. China, definitely. I don't know about Maduro. We're going to hear about the CIA report that he never got to see. And if that's true, that could be criminal action there, given the aftermath of the election. So that, I don't know, statute of limitations or anything on that. and then going forward to Save America Act. I think the nugget here is the argument there's 100,000 people here illegally on the voter rolls in 2020. That's the lead. That's where to tap into everything with this. All right, phone lines. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Side question today. All-time something associated with cigarette smoking, which is making a comeback. I did take a look at this. I got to get this woman on this refrigerator ad. This is gold as far
gold,
as...
Jerry, gold.
It is. As far as capitalism, and Henry will be quizzing her. Other than the ice maker, lady, what else is better about modern appliances?
Could I climb into this refrigerator?
That's right. Play.
During a nuclear explosion and survive like Indiana Jones? I don't think so.
Or kids playing. Don't play in that refrigerator, kid. They did. Go ahead.
What do you mean?
Well, kids would use refrigerators being thrown out to play in and all. They were big enough and stuff like that. Oh, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, he's right.
Yeah. It's an old, I know it's hard to believe. Yeah, you're not playing in a modern refrigerator, kid. 855-839-1210.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Are you ready for the biggest 80s event of 2026? Howard Jones presents Things Can Only Get Better Tour with additional full sets by Wang Chung, English Beat, Modern English, and hosted by Richard Blade. Friday, August 14th, Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. Tickets on sale now at theborgata.com. Just when you thought it couldn't get any bigger, things can only get better.
This is Jordan Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never the victim of a rideshare accident, we mean it. But if you should suffer a rideshare injury, we'll work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And we mean it when we say there are never any upfront fees, ever. And we only get paid when your case is over and you get paid. Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Weather is sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
Poor air quality continues through the afternoon with smoke from the Canadian wildfires. We'll have hazy sunshine. It'll be hot and humid with a high up around 95. For tonight, smoke continues with a low 74 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. Another hot day on Friday with smoky conditions, not as humid with a high near 90.
Make this summer the one you finally love your kitchen. Dawn Stensland here. Kitchen Magic, family owned in Nazareth since 1979. Offering 40% off installation and flexible financing. Visit kitchenmagic.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. Your thoughts, the president's speech tonight. A lot more tomorrow once we see the full details. And less is more. I don't know that it'll be a full hour. Maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes is enough on this. I'm not sure if he'll swerve into Iran on this. And I told you this before, a definition of hackery. Every time I see one of these guys on cable or talk radio tell you, well, we're going to hit them harder then, just more bombing as the answer to get out of this. The answer is control of the Strait of Hormuz, back to the naval blockade, back to trying to deal with them in that manner, back to trying to degrade whatever forces they have that can hit ships going through there. Not easy. President, I'm not sure if he's going to say tonight, I'm announcing we're going to hit their power plants. Now, that is a big step up with a lot of repercussions. We hope to have Victoria Coates on tomorrow. So there might be, this is the fifth night of U.S. strikes again against Iran. I'm not saying they can resist everything, but this is not, it's pretty clear to me, this is not, there are too many factions there where they're going to agree to a workable deal coming out of this. I mean, we've heard this for how long? It's not effective in the end for what we're dealing with for 47 years. And bringing them down by the regime from internally, there's a lot of inflation, a lot of difficulty, a lot of their people, but their people are not, it doesn't seem to be a national will to overthrow them. I know they're not armed, and I don't see any activity along those lines. So it'll be interesting to see where President Trump goes tonight. I'm sure he's going to swerve into that a bit. Zenos is in Upper Darby on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Dom, you and everybody else here, and Chow and Yasu. Dom, you made a comment with Sophia Loren, and yes, she was drop dead gorgeous. Now I got three lovely ladies to tell you about. And if you remember Raquel Welch, she played in that movie 20 Million BC.
Yeah, sure.
Right? Well, they should have changed the title of that movie to 20 Million BTUs, Dom. She was so hot in that movie. When I was sitting there, I got sunburned.
Well, of course they did in Shawshank Redemption, too. That's why they changed her. Yeah,
exactly. And the other hottie was Kim Darby. You know, the one that played in the original Planet of the Apes, you know, Nova?
All right.
She was so hot, too, Dom, you could light a cigarette off her forehead.
Oh, God, Zenos. All right, we're getting a little wild here. All right. So
that's a little wild. We have just the one. One more was Sofia Varga. And she was so hot, she made my liver quiver. And let me tell you something, Dom. I don't care if she had. They were all three of them were smoking a cigar and had a little bit of yellow teeth. I'd have probably been all over him like mayonnaise on a turkey sandwich. And that's all I got to say right now.
Whoa. All right, thank you, Zenos. Rejoinder Henry Serve coming up here. Yes, he just. Oh, guys, we have to do a test of how bad can this be. All right, so smoking, all-time smokers, that's our thing here today around that. And again, this is a potential big deal tonight. What's the intent? The Trump people, Levitt and others today, well, the intent is to tell America corruption in the voting system, menacing by China. I don't know if they're going to say, well, then voting machines are we going to be back on that whole thing? And I'd really like to get Linda Kearns on tomorrow because she talks about the real reforms that are needed and we want people to believe in the elections. We want people to believe that things are on the up and up because if they don't, the other side wins. People don't want to show up and vote. Will that be the net impact of this? The idea that you're going to force these senators, there's going to be such a groundswell from tonight to force the Tillises and the others who are leaving the Senate to pass the Save America Act. There's one guy, John Thune. He's got to bring it up. We might have enough to get over the finish line. If he won't bring it up, it's not going to matter what else is said here. All right, Jeff in Hatboro is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Dom, how are you? I feel kind of weird going back to your original subject a little while ago.
Okay.
The truck driving thing. So I drove one CDL for 22 years. I was in a near-fatal motorcycle accident. They put me on a medication. I don't think you like to hear names of them on the radio. Anyway, that medication I take for I had traumatic brain injury. I had a bunch of blood clots in my brain. Anyway, So the medication that I take is on the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration's list of, no, you don't. You don't get your CDL if you're on it, because some people take it for seizures. So I, at that point, was no longer able to get my CDL license
I hear you.
back.
Well, you know then that apparently the guy who killed the trooper was somebody who had a tendency towards seizures on top of everything else.
Yeah, and Dom, the thing is, after driving one of those for 22 years, it's a whole different ballgame. And listen, this thing with Trump and getting the veterans these licenses, I think that's wonderful to put them to work. But I do still think they probably should go for their CDL test, just to refresh their knowledge and make sure that they're up to date on what's going on.
Well, the thing is, Jeff, we're in a world where maniacs here illegally who can't read the road signs and everything else are coming into states like Pennsylvania where nothing's done, coming from Massachusetts where he came from, driving on the wrong sides of roads and everything else. And yet the media is disinterested in what we do to stop this. And even the Trump administration, I don't see the all out with Duffy, et cetera. There's got to be something Josh Shapiro and the others fear to hit them with. I don't care what it is what the federal government can do. We ought to at least agree these people should not be driving trucks. And one of the ways to do this is an all-out investigation of these truck driving companies who are aiding and abetting them.
Or, Dom, don't let them in the country.
Yeah, well,
you know
that
I mean?
too. Yeah,
Let's start there and then work our way through the rest of it. So anyway, for your side question today, I hate smoking. I hate smokers. I hate the smell. So whether or not she ever did or not, I don't know. It's your most despised TV show, which is Friends. Rachel, which is Jennifer Aniston. Let me just tell you something. I would watch that show because whether she was in the coffee shop or in their apartment, obviously they had the air condition turned way down. You know what I'm talking about. And whether or not if she had a cigarette in her hand or smoked, even watching that show, I would never watch it again if I knew she was a smoker. I despise it that much.
Wow.
That much. Yeah, that would be the end of it.
Thank you, Jeff. That's a great call, though. That is a great. Jennifer Aniston's not that high on my list. She
would have been.
She fits. She checks every box, but there's something that's not Marilyn Monroe-esque there.
I mean, she had her own haircut. Everyone was copying.
I'm saying is she checks. A woman that you just say is unbelievably attractive, but there's no sizzle that I see with Jennifer Aniston.
I disagree.
Okay.
I think having your own haircut makes you.
Well, that's pretty good. Yeah, but when you're in the league of Marilyn Monroe, somebody like that, there's reasons. Is Kennedy's going after Jennifer Aniston? Well, maybe, yeah, I guess.
Probably.
By the way, Seinfeld again caught saying to the Friends crew something like, you're welcome, meaning they copied off him. There was another group the other night he was speaking at, and he said, I don't want to get into this, but they took better looking people and did the same thing that we did. No, they didn't. No. It's a fun thing, but it wasn't genius. The catchphrases, the psychological stuff of George Costanza. I don't know Friends enough, but I can't imagine the side characters that Seinfeld had are just
no. I don't agree with that statement at all. I think Friends is
they were in New York. Why didn't they have the soup Nazi? Yeah. All right, Nick Manganiero is running against Mary Gay Scanlon. Oh, my God, somebody's actually running against her out there, the titan of Chester County. Let's go to Nick here in Bryn Mawr. Hey, Nick, thanks for running against her. How's it going?
Well, Dom, it's going okay. We're getting some speed up. We're reaching out. It's going to be a little bit of a battle, as you know, given the percentages. But I'm in it to win it, and I'm in it to win it because I want to stop the commies.
Well, excellent. And Nick, let me ask you this. You said the percentages. So has that district, changed so much that there's a heavy registration of Democrats?
Yes.
What percentage? What would you put it at? But just ballpark.
It's close to 50%. And then there's the Republicans, and then there's everybody else.
Yeah, independents and all that. Wow, that's really a change in the suburbs. So, yeah, we are fighting communism, Nick, and Mary Gay Scanlon is an enabler of communism.
Absolutely. she's very weak on this stuff, and she's not an official member of the squad. She's not an official DSA, but she is to the left of all but like 12 people in Congress giving her voting record.
Well, she's a member of the JV squad, captained by the Dean of Decency, Madeline Dean. Yes. Dan used to prefer the practice squad. I like the JV squad better, but, both are the same.
Yeah.
So Nick, what do you want to hear from the president tonight versus what I've been told we are going to hear?
Well, I think he might do a little bit of a weave here, because if you remember Peter Schweiker's last book,
yes,
where he talked about birthright citizenship, and he talked about the number, like over 1 million Chinese with American citizenship who've never lived in America except the week they were born. He could bring that up because they could vote by mail. The Uakova voters, overseas voters. So they could definitely, a million people could definitely swing elections.
Yeah, that is appealing. That's another hold toward moving forward. So, hey, Nick, I'll put you on hold. Just leave your information. We want to continue to talk with you in your race with Mary
How about
Gay
my
Scanlon.
cigarettes?
Oh, yeah, your cigarettes, sure.
Yeah, the Lucky Strike sign in New York, Times Square.
Yes, with the smoke, the whole thing. Absolutely. Yeah. I'll put you on hold, Nick, and give it to Kirk, and we'll work you in here as things come up. It is time for the lightning round, though. All-time connection to smoking, cigarette smoking, 855-839-1210.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, they've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of their local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member FDIC.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, here is all-time connection to smoking. Thanks to Joe of Columbus for like a sub-assist here, though, with the smoker's breath and the whole thing. It set us off to an unbelievable path.
Right.
Bill in Bucks on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Bill.
Hello there, Dom. How are you?
Good.
Happy Thursday.
Thank you, Bill.
And I'll be watching intently tonight, by the way.
What do you hope? What do you hope the angle is that Trump takes?
I hope he says, do the mail-in ballots. vote with mail-in ballots if you can't get to the precinct. Period. That's what I think you should say.
Yep, absolutely. And again,
That's what the Pennsylvania Association, the Republicans are saying.
Yeah, and I do hope that he can prove this 100,000 illegals, voter rolls, get at that. But the stuff with voting machines is just going to be problematic. We'll see.
Okay. One other thing, I wanted to congratulate Jackie Heinrich Fitzpatrick on her new appointment as president of the White House Correspondents Association.
Oh, boy. All right.
and next week they're supposed to hold the dinner, July 24th.
Oh, thank you for saying that, Bill. Where are they supposed to hold it?
At the Hilton.
Oh, that dump. Bill, I did shows and I did C-SPAN from there. It's a dump. I don't get it. Really. It is. Yeah.
Well, I hope they've beefed up a little bit of security. I think they have new things in place now. So.
All right, we'll see.
But
What's
Jackie,
your side today?
My side is the guy who is an actor, a longtime actor, and he was a heavy smoker, 5 packs a day, by the way, and eventually developed lung cancer, did a public service commercial for the American Cancer Society back in the day, urging people, don't smoke. His name was Yul Brynner.
That's a classic, too. But how do you smoke 5 packs a day? And New York prices today, I don't even want to get it to be over $100 a day, right?
Probably.
Yeah, with the taxation, the whole thing.
Close to it, at least, yeah.
But that's a lot of cigarettes. How many cigarettes is that? Is that 60? Is that...
In a pack?
No, total.
Oh.
5 packs. Or is it? It's 16 in a pack. I'm not even sure.
It's 20. It's 20 in a pack.
Oh,
so
20. It's 100 cigarettes.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's just got to be incessant. Just put one.
Yeah,
put one out.
You almost have to try to kill yourself that way. Yeah, Joe in Exton, Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Joe.
Yes, hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
For my side answer, in the heyday of cigarettes, cars of the 1960s were equipped with a cigarette lighter mounted on the dashboard.
Yes. Ashtrays all over the place and a cigarette lighter that you take out while you're driving.
Right.
That's exactly right. All right, let me squeeze Bruce in. Bruce, limited time, but fire away. What's yours today?
Yeah, Dom, just the thought of Sophia Loren blowing smoke in my face would make me swoon. Man, Sophia, bring it on. Bad breath and all, But, yeah. My answer today is it's a classic movie, The Hustler, and that smoke-filled pool hall. And if you see that movie, every character in that movie smoked each scene and was nonstop smoking.
I would say, and we may have to do it someday again, the top 10 movie quotes of all time when he tells Jackie Gleason, "You shoot a great game of pool, fat man." So do you, Fast Eddie. So do you.
Yeah.
Oh, I could go and watch that right now.
And, they made it black and white. It brings out more of that mystique to it.
Oh, my God. And drinking, passing out on the floor and waking up and shooting 125 balls in a row. All right, thank you, Bruce. That is a good one. Kirk, this worked out well. I knew it was a good topic. Yes, my God.
Wow.
What's yours?
I'm going with, I know Henry's going to go the opposite way, but I'm going to go with Jenny from New Jersey with Sophia Loren.
It was a great call, without a doubt.
Yep.
Yeah,
and the smoker's laugh underneath was really good. But Henry, how about you?
Not on my board, but I like Lance in South Philly's answer of the dangling cigarette, Joe in Columbus with the kissing a smoker, and Bruce in the Northeast at the end there with the hustler.
Oh, God. It's such a tough call with those three. You're right. Lance with the dad driving down the shore. Joe gave us the whole topic here. I got to say, though, Bruce was really good. Let's put Bruce into the hat. It's as tough of a call as you can make. All right, the afternoon show is next. Mike Opelka back and ready to go. Let's see what he says about smoking. We're back tomorrow, ready to go. Talk Radio 1210.